hope that sound works today, because it wasn't yesterday when I just connected to the stream. Whoever's watching and recording, today we're talking about, as you can see, relationships suck. Relationships suck. That's why we have so many relationship coaches. That's why nobody can build relationships and understand what's going on and be happy. That's why we have post-divorce glow up. That's why we have so much nonsense going on. And that's why we have generations and generations and generations of people going nuts. Hello, Kiva, let me know if you can hear me. Sound? Sound check? Sound check? Sound check is good. Thank you, Kiva. Thanks a lot. So today our topic is relationships suck. And when we notice that there is too many coaches in some field, when we notice that there's so much confusion, so much argument, there's so much debate going on in some field, we know that something is off. We know that this is the area in which people don't listen to themselves, in which they try to squeeze themselves to some social norm, in which there is breakage of authenticity, in which there is so much, confusion, disconnect with the mind, senses, and everything. For example, nutrition will be a great field to take as an example. Relationships, nutrition, all of these fields that are on the adjunct between our biology and our mentality, our culture. We have human has this interesting combo that human is. His arms are a little bit too short, probably, but it's okay. Human is both biological and cultural. And this is where, hello Roy, nice to see you. This is where the conflict is often born. The areas that become the most conflicting is where we intercept biological and cultural. And cultural, because there were humans living in some primordial societies, primordial communities. They were living and they were establishing the laws for a given community. Hello, Chad, nice to see you. They were establishing, back in the day, reasonable customs that led to formation of culture. In order to ensure their survival. So it used to be this system. There's biological component, some reason, people applied reason to retain their communities for best survival outcomes. They developed customs, formed culture that nurtured their biological development. But then something started changing. So at some point, humans started living a little bit differently from what their purely genetic makeup, pure dependence on nature, where pure dependence on nature broke. Humans started building more artificial civilizations with accumulation of resources, with settlement. So previous nomads became settlers. Something changed. Nutrition changed. Acquisition of private property originated. So this biological thing kind of diverged with humans' biological immediate needs from our genetic makeup. And this divergence created a more artificial culture that nevertheless still plays a role of some retention of preservation of peace, preservation of integrity of the community. So the goals are still being addressed in some sense, but At the same time, they're addressed on a much bigger scale, and the objectives of that are a little bit washed because cultural objectives are now to not preserve the healthiest, to not preserve the best of humanity. It doesn't go along with natural selection. It doesn't go along with natural reasoning. It goes along with kind of with some post-industrial, post-civilizational standards. So there is a little bit of confusion, and we can go into the reasons and speculations as much as we want, but the point remains that nowadays we do deal with the problem that relationships suck. What a natural human wants. What human wants in nature? Human in nature wants to be intimate with someone. Turned out to be a male, obviously. Human wants to eat. Be safe. Mate. Play. Cuddle. So these are the things that people want naturally. These are the things that everyone wants as an animal. Everyone wants as a biological entity. And so when we try to stretch some culture on top of that, economical relationships between people, when we try to strategize combined with all of this, we end up with this super broken culture of marriages, super broken culture of contemporary family, of contemporary dating things. That's a lie. No one wants the bottom one. Cuddle, nobody wants cuddle. The real cat, I don't know, I doubt that. Even my dog wants to cuddle. Every animal wants to cuddle. It's one of the ways to feel that protection, one of the ways to feel belonging without any words or anything like that. So, at the same time, we have another need that's specific for a human, is creativity. Creativity is other fundamental need that we need to address. Our brain craves creativity. That's something that we evolved with. Lazy, mad women being gassed up for too long by simps. Duck, hello. So we have these basic needs. But then the society comes and all of a sudden we have those videos in which the ring must be worth his annual paycheck. That's the proof that he values me. That's the proof that he values me. This is what relationships turned into. So from all of this, from all of the basic objectives of relationships, to be a part of the community, to feel this very primal desires fulfilled, where we cuddle, where we feel each other, where we're connected, where we're ensuring that we're secure and safe on a very biological primal level. Now we have this going on. And now women became a property of a man, men became property of a woman. Everybody runs around, doesn't know why their libido is non-existent. They don't understand why building a family somehow strips away their freedom, their fulfillment in life, their satisfaction, their creative development. Why women, when they divorce, suddenly feel an insane glow up. All because people subscribe to some absolutely unnatural, oftentimes absolutely unnecessary system that tries to squeeze all of these biological needs and creativity and submit them to some narrative of how relationships should appear. And then we have those relationship coaches who teach how to manipulate each other in order to ensure retention of some goods and stuff like that. Then we have a tremendous problem of women in general being so torn apart from their body, so torn apart from her physicality, from her emotions, because women are conditioned especially to trade their physiology, to trade their body, sexuality for goods and safety. This is what happened as well. And surprisingly, despite the fact that humans are not in survival nowadays, physical, like apparent survival on the daily basis, they're still in survival. The human psychology reads it all, reads modern, comfortable life as survival nevertheless. But without the natural regulation that healthy food, then communal protection, safety, connection with the community, biological equality because we have natural selection, so who survives is people who are capable of survival. Because there's so many dysfunctional elements in the system, so many breakages in this canvas that would form a more or less healthy society, there's also negative selection by intellect and huge systemic pressure that squeezes people into the feeling that they need to survive, but not in the natural system where they have instant gratification, instant understanding of cause and effect of their actions on the environment. Now we're dealing with abstract system that we put abstract effort, doing abstract things to gain abstract equivalent of resources that we can later trade for goods. With all of this confusion, humans are in survival mode without the instant gratification of actual physical survival. So this is the reality that we live in. And this is why all those abstract things like shiny rocks, for example, pieces of paper, pieces of metal with wheels, they come as an equivalent of certain parts of this, like perhaps play, feeling of safety. They kind of substitute, like rocks, pieces of metal with wheels and stuff like that. They substitute some of these needs. They kind of produce surrogate of fulfillment of these needs. But relationships infiltrate. Relationships start having so much burden inside of them because there's no community. There are no connections. A lot of people don't tap into their creativity. So relationships become this dump yard that is supposed to address, fulfill most of these needs all of a sudden, which are supposed to be fulfilled by many pillars, by many things, in a more functional system in which survival behaviors, they're rewarded immediately, in which there is no perpetual feeling of doom and gloom, when we live in a more physically healthy environment and so on. So a lot of disorder and a lot of misplacement of things. In fact, if we look at Tantric principles, even with archetypes that we discussed yesterday, archetypes are good to awaken and not just to find them, not to discover them, but also place them properly. When I don't try to solve problem A with the archetype that's suitable only for solving problem C, and vice versa. A lot of people live in shifted roles. With relationships too, we need to be very clear. What are relationships about when we're entering them? Is the objective of relationships to fulfill the sense of safety? Or is the objective of relationship, romantic relationship, to receive pleasure, for example? To receive play, to mate, to seek safety and love? What are these things? We need to be very clear about that. A lot of times people will, that's the phenomenon that's so common with women who end up with post-divorce glow-up. Creativity becomes sacrificed for relationships as a resource. Sexuality becomes sacrificed as a resource to buy all of these, instead of directly using sexuality for where it applies. And because of all of this strange interplay between not matching things, we need relationship coaches. We have attorneys working with people when they're trying to build relationships because they're institutionalized, because they're serving some authoritative figure, an anonymous authority that people elected, which represents some social norm with society that people cannot even define. All of this ring and stuff, all of this stuff, who is it for? Who is it what is presentation for whom? Wedding is a presentation for whom? Who is supposed to applaud and rejoice? What is this for? Society built all those rituals, customs, that are addressing the role that's not clear, that does not have any foundation in the crude reality of the world. People literally do weddings, people who don't have anything in common with royalty, with aristocratic classes, with classes that are shaping the political landscape or economics in the world, for whom alliance between families is a big event. People from the classes that have nothing in common with those classes, they just use those weddings as a fashion, and they attribute artificial meanings to all of those rituals of alliance between two families. Some Bob James and Sarah Cartman and Bob James, they form an alliance that nobody in the world would care about, but they feel like through this alliance they're achieving something. They are becoming a part of something bigger. They're adding institution. They're adding some foreign eye into their relationship for whatever purpose that we cannot formulate. So there's much absurdity, and I mentioned in previous one of the previous live streams, I just recently saw a lady who teaches women to be a black cat. Don't be a golden retriever, be a black cat. Be a black cat, make him chase you. So there is so much shit going on and being pooped in heads of the people to create some circus out of relationships to make it make sense, when in reality I think everything is so much simpler if you just understand who you are, what you do, and what you want to be doing. And that's the whole premise of what I'm teaching, is when we embrace creativity is the peak, the most unique feature of a human in the whole landscape of species on Earth. We make creativity and pursuit of creativity and intellectual development we make it a king, and then we pursue the path that enables our biggest, most developed creativity and development. And then what happens, all other areas of life, they just align on this path. When our value system is based on this principle, everything else just aligns. And this is where we make choices and create our own paradigm, when we create our own conditions, environments, including relationships. That will service this field. When we step above the purely animalistic level in our consciousness, and we're able to be purely animalistic and free and healthy on our physical level. So we do this sorting, where we locate everything in the proper domains. Because to be creative, to have the maximum creative potential unlocked for us, maximum intellectual performance, maximum freedom of mind, we need to have very physically harmonious state. We need to have very harmonious relationships with our sexuality. When you make creativity your priority, you start valuing that, and you start working on that to make it productive. This is what I mean with submit all other areas of life to the pursuit of this domain. Because only in this domain, only in creativity, you have unlimited energy. You have unlimited resources. You have unlimited possibilities for development, unlimited drive, unlimited life force. Everything else is limited. This is why it's pointless to make something limited point of focus. Relationships, in fact, they can. And in my opinion, it's my opinion, they can, in my opinion, they should service creative development in both partners. When this doesn't happen, we're going to inevitably run into the problem of why is this all happening? When someone donates their creativity and submits it to relationships, like women like to do, they take their creativity and they donate it into relationships. They sacrifice it into relationship, not donate. They sacrifice it to relationships as they think is a great idea. They lose themselves. They're no longer interested, no longer interesting. They're incredibly depressed because depression is creative constipation. And they start having absolutely nonsensical situation in relationships that further drains them and pushes them to seek something else, pushes them to seek happiness. This is where relationships feel like a prison. That's where people say that I am locking in, I'm tying the knot. This whole thing sounds disgusting. This whole thing, in its conventional paradigm of enslaving people into marriages, of enslaving people by relationships, it sounds disgusting. As something incredibly oppressive, something that infringing on human nature. That peak of which is creativity. Peak of which is that ecstasy that we can connect with only when we unlock this potential and let it flow freely. And that's where all the shine, all the glow, all the energy that we can bring to the world, to our partner, to our love, to our relationships, this is where it's found. It's not found in this hormonal rush, momentary hormonal rush that people are getting from some brief moment of novelty and fantasy, some enamored delirium when they meet someone. If this source of energy is not opened up and developed, if freedom doesn't exist here, if the intention to pursue this as much as possible is not present, the relationships will die out. The relationships will turn into something like this, into cyclical thing in which you're just going to, like we discussed in the yesterday's stream, you're just going to pump energy from different system. You're going to become parasitic system that tries to suck energy from its members, and then when the energy of the members is exhausted, you're going to, I don't know, some idiots birth children to donate energy into their ill system. Some people have friends, some like third friend that is supposed to donate energy to their system. They find some enemy in the external world. They start going, exercising some infidelity to have some third person to suck energy to fulfill this ill system that is pumping energy, destroying both partners. This is what ends up happening, and that's pretty much the premise. That's the story of most relationships that normally exist in our society. Infidelity, some friendships, addictions, children, birthing children to do something, birthing children to be functions, involving parents, involving, I don't know, involving some friends to stand for some side, to take sides. This is what ends up happening. All this garbage. How much I watched this. How angry it makes me. Because I saw people who turn into absolutely pathetic victims and absolutely pathetic abusers with role switching all the time. When they just form this bond, they're unable to function in the world. They're unable to function as biological entity. They're unable to function as partners, as lovers. The libido tanks, libido constituting not only sexuality but also vital force. Or libido is becoming outsourced somewhere, and then there is this pattern, if you're exercising your libido outside of your bond with your partner, then what happens? You're living with libido but also with guilt that drains your energy. So these cyclical processes, they start becoming they keep this energy farm going. Energy farm that produces nothing but misery, propagation of misery. I'm going to see the chat, guys, before we move on. Whoops. Bum bum. Oh my god. This will be interesting to talk about, yes. Biological and cultural noted. That's a lie, no one wants the bottom one. Okay, I don't think I can handle this afternoon. Just came from watching Ricky. What? Okay. Lazy mid women had been gassed up for okay. Hey Anna, hope you're having a day so far. Just came back from the beach. The women and the sea is beautiful today. Chunky cat, very happy for you. Maslow's hierarchy of needs. I would say it's hierarchy. I would say it's just a lateral thing, because with hierarchy of needs, actually, I would say that if you have creativity as the peak thing, seemingly, it fuels your pursuits and successes in every other field. That's how magically it works usually. At my age, my basic need is to get to the okay, Howard. Very nice. Hello, you're so smart for your young age. Thank you so much, Jeff. Can imagine sitting in my primal cave with my cave woman wife curled up next to me as the other cave people exchange stories around the fire. Yeah, that's very humane. It's very natural desire. Yeah, we're being physical. Nowadays also people are not being physical. Even back in the day, people had parties and the balls where they would go and dance together, where they would find new people, where they would be in contact. They would form physical contact with other people. Nowadays it's less so. People are more detached even through the devices, through sublimation of contact, through just chatting. Even no emotions. So much is stripped. Remember we talked in one of the streams about the languages of love. When we talk on the phone, we only have one language of love. There's nothing else present. But there's so much, including the just warmth, tactile exchange that is being stripped. A lot of people, I think, crave that so much, just to be close, to be physically accessing other people, being with other people, like cuddling, feeling the warmth. That's such a primal, such a natural feeling. But I guess Puritan upbringing limited that. Then also some abstinence practices. They also created this culture of what's it called? Just basically self-restraint, but self-restraint that spans onto like artificial fasting, exerting yourself physically, preventing yourself from being physical and in touch with other people. Then also with the propagation of mental unwell among people, disorders, with physical unwell because of stress, because of very unnatural lifestyle, because of very stressful lifestyle. It becomes scary to connect with other people. So there's another limiting factor at play that makes people unwilling to connect with each other, because people just are scared of each other, I think. That's another facet of it. I just wish I could meet a silent woman for a change. Is that too much to ask? Howard. I'm well-armed American. I could protect you, what? Forever. What's this idea about protection, guys? What do you want to protect? You're literally, with your protection, you need to heal yourself, because if you're running the savior-victim cycles, savior-victim aggressor cycles, you're in this energy pump. What do you want? What do you want to protect people from? Who? It's like, your protection ends up being usually a restriction of freedom of a woman, primarily. When you don't see her as a human, you see her as some object that you need to shield from the world. This is what your protection ends up being. And you create the illusion of some, it's like politicians create an illusion of some enemies all around the world. That's a very interesting idea. I mean, discussing but not judging, but just calling it out, I guess. Because this is a common theme. Disagreement, infidelity, poor boundaries, learned bad behavior, sexual incompatibility. There are so many things that go into relationship, yes. And because sometimes we also choose partners, people choose partners based on socioeconomic reality. For example, right now, by the way, it's an interesting trend. Russian women, among Russian women, there's a trend. They start picking handsome guys, as opposed to picking guys who are just, I don't know, capable of some self-sustenance. And that's an indicative that women started actually being able to live in the world more as humans. So they're able to make a choice favoring men that look good, smell well, and are able to take care for themselves just for pleasure. So relationships start turning into this domain of pleasure. People are able to afford that, as opposed to making relationships in the conditions of strong biological inequality, economic inequality, inequality in accessing resources, when it's like some hunt for each other out of some reproductive panic and whatnot, or just panic because you feel insecure fundamentally. Hello, Kakti. Thank you, the great tone. I'm well. How are you? Everyone has a line they won't cross in relationship. Would the big faith difference be a red flag for you? Just another fun debate topic. Faith? I don't know. I mean, it's my environment is shaped according to my beliefs. I don't necessarily. I was never presented an opportunity to consider partners that have some faith things, because when I feel strong incompatibility, my body responds immediately. I was actually back in Russia. I had a classmate who we didn't talk for a while, and then we met when we were already at university, and we started seeing each other. And he was from the family of multi-generational officials working for some local government. Oh my God! It took me several days, after which I had migraines, to realize that we have very fundamental disagreement. Not because just only because of the stories that this person was telling me. It was also because of the vibe that was associated with his mindset. The person who has very strong attachment to faith likely has some trauma, likely has some very strong insecurity somewhere deep, some fear very deeply. That's when faith identity is born, because, like, for example, in my family, faith is not discussed at all. We all have our own spiritual life. It's such an intimate part of our life, so we dismiss religious institutions. It's in my family, it's not a thing. But everyone has their own relationships with faith, and it's not being discussed. So this thing is not a point of alignment or misalignment, in fact. But the things that bring people to fervor in faith, that's already something that's that can indicate certain things that will lead to a lot of tension in the person, usually. And when this tension happens, that's when the body will, of course, be responding to that tension. If there are two neurotic people, for example, who are raised into certain strict religion, who live in the dogma, who learn the dogma, they don't hear themselves. They're forbidden from feeling themselves. They're forbidden from hearing themselves. They're just fed dogma since childhood. Those people, they can form a couple, perhaps, and be relatively happy. But it's usually, I mean, it's a self-balancing thing. It's like classes. Classes breed with each other. Intellectual levels breed with each other, usually. Economical classes breed with each other. So there's some self-balancing happening. I wish I had met a girl like you 30 years ago. We'd have had a lot of laughs together. Hi, Nastya, 95SR. Hello, 95SR. We actually had a really cool discussion yesterday in yesterday's stream. I was inspired by your case, and I proposed the practice for you. So please watch. It's in the very beginning. Love is an action word, John. Yeah. Howard Lukin has spermatoxicosis. So just wanting to let all of you that, okay, hey, nice, hello. Bob James, yeah. I don't want to marry, I just want to hang out for my golden years. A form of life, hey, your advice is free. What? What is the goal for a man? Everybody determines for themselves the goal, what they want in life. It's not the goal even, it's just a feeling. You know, I like this concept with creativity. It looks like a goal. It looks like a mission. It looks like a person is on some mission. They are on some purposeful thing, like a Superman. I don't like that. And I will explain why. So if you are born an artist, you're born an artist. For you, being an artist is your biological makeup. For you, being an artist is not a mission. For you, being an artist is something that's the same as breathing. You are inhaling, exhaling your artistry. And if the artist is not embraced, if the artist, for example, is broken by the environment during childhood, then this is when they will come to me as a Tantra coach, Tantra therapist, and we're going to find the way for their artist to start breathing freely. A scientist is born. For them, it's not a chore. It's not some mountain that they need to climb on. No, their mastery just requires cleansing and resources and ability to embrace it. This is where we submit all areas of life to embrace our artistry, to clear the path to our artistry, to our internal master, to our creator, to our ultimate creator. But it's not the mission, it's not the goal. The goal in this regard is very instrumental. It's a milestone on the way there. The goal becomes to clear the path for you to be able to access this state, this absolute paradise, Eden state, in which you're breathing your mastery, in which you're free in your expression, in your creativity that you're born with. Because it is a biological function. It is something that is something that you're born with, something that is native to you, something that your genetics crafted. So you just need to access that. And that's where we take relationships and we make them align with that when we access it. We take our biology and we work on it to bring it to its best performance such that can enable this freedom. We work on our resource acquisition as well to be able to sustain this. Or we eventually come to the point in which this starts being an exchange with the world. But this is not the goal. It's what we're born with. We just need to learn to access it. We need to remove all dysfunction on the way there and breathe it. It's a process, not a goal. In creativity, there's never a goal. There's always development. That's the point. That's why I call it the ultimate source of energy. That's why I call it the life vitality source. Because it's the motor that drives your life, that keeps you feeling alive, that keeps you happy, that allows you to self-regulate, that allows you to always go back to something, that always allows you to feel your strength. It's the source of infinite, very sustainable self-esteem. And the whole goal of human renaissance, separate from Tantra and human renaissance, is to distill the master. Distill the master, create the conditions for the master. By creating the framework, the controllable environment, and then when we learn to nurture this master, we can remove our controls because the environment just aligns with our mastery, with our pursuit of mastery. And then follow it. Embrace this force of life that is found in creativity and when awakened, cleared up creativity and mastery that we allow to ourselves. I'm taking a nap and I wake up to my Russian teacher teaching. If Sarah Cartman took Bob James' last name, she would be a good wife. Creating toward that what goal? I hope I replied to that. You're killing me with hair, you know that. Okay. Now happy, now divorced. And that's what happens oftentimes. But why did you end up in the system that was locking you? Why did you end up in the system? That's the problem with relationships. That's why relationships suck, is when people end up in the situations in which either relationships or everything else. Either relationships or my glow. Either relationships or my development. Either relationships or my vitality. Why? When relationships are supposed to be this place in which we can experience multiply love, multiply our creativity, and create this environment, nurturing environment, developmental environment, propulsion environment, life force environment, joy, pleasure, strength. An element of that would be also some security, perhaps. Some. feeling of this healthy attachment, warmth, human warmth. Why? That also the highest, the peak physical pleasure of sexual discharge, sexual connection, that is a part of relationships. And that all beauty, all of that beauty, imagine all of that beauty kills most people. Kills them physically, kills them emotionally, kills them as the creators, kills them as capable individuals. Isn't it messed up so deeply? In my opinion, it is. Today I want to talk about it, how to deal with that. Because wasn't I fighting back in the day? I was. And I didn't know what I was fighting for when I was. Eventually I realized. Girl, get a job! I have a job. I'm a Tantra coach, Tantra therapist, hybrid hero. In creativity, you shoot for the stars, and if you land on the moon, I'm happy. She's trouble! Harmonious can be spelled without hormones. She has unresolved anger. What are we creating? We're creating whatever we have genetic potential for. We're creating creativity, active creativity in general is given to environment. Is not to be this suppressed, self-sabotaging individual. You can create with word, you can create with your voice, you can create with your body, you can create with your emotions, you can create with your talents, you can create with your hands, with your intelligence. We have many things that we evolutionarily came with to survive in much harsher environments that can be tools for creativity. And the creativity, what we're creating, is not the objective. When you're creating in accordance to your genetic skills, in accordance to your genetic adaptations, you're not thinking why you're creating. That's the whole point. There's no goal, like final, close-ended goal in the act of creativity. There is just the process of creation that you're embracing, that you're filling your life with. Again, it's mental, it's reality creation, it is emotional creation, it is intellectual creation, it is manual creation, physical creation. They don't have a goal, they have process, because it is how nature lives. When you put a lid on your creative skills, you are violating the fundamental property of nature that constantly pulsates from destruction, rebirth, from chaos to ordered matter. How protein molecules are formed. You form protein molecules form more complex structures. And this is how natural world lives. And then it destructs. It creates, destructs, creates, destructs. When a human doesn't create, the human doesn't fulfill the fundamental property of living nature, in which we are the projection of. Our consciousness is the projection of natural laws. Because if we just look at the facts, humans have an insane level of curiosity to figure out how it works. An insane level of attachment to natural world. To see the patterns, to identify how nature functions. We have this natural property, it's a given. And that's why creativity, as the projection of natural world in form of consciousness, is the fundamental property of consciousness that must be exercised. It's not like, you know how you can say that, what's the goal of, for example, moving your body? I will do 10 squats and I accomplish something? No, I cannot accomplish something by moving, like today I will move, tomorrow I will move, then the next days I will accomplish something. No, you won't. The property of your body, the natural feature, the natural characteristic of your body, that it needs to be moved every day. If you don't move it every day, it will start dying out. Same with creativity. Creativity is just cognitive thing. Cognitive property. Just the same as it is a natural property of your body to move. There's no destination. That's the whole point. The goal is to access that and find the ways to integrate it in your life on a daily basis. To not deceive, to not cheat nature. Because nature is one thing that doesn't tolerate when you disrespect it. Hence, so many people are creatively constipated, i.e. depressed nowadays, because they consume content. They look at creativity of others thinking that they are creating. They're connected with creation, energy of creation, but they don't exercise it. They feel this, even unconsciously, they feel procrastination, that they're not doing something important when they're scrolling. They're just watching somebody else create. And then what happens? Creatively constipated human who doesn't establish this relationship with the world, who doesn't inhale, exhale creative energy, who does not have this creative discipline built into their normal daily life, who did not accept it as the property of their brain, they try to fulfill it through their relationships. They find themselves a woman or man or anything in between, and they start sucking their soul because they want to do something. And the only thing that they feel is in their power to create is their partner. They start violently twisting their brain. They're trying to suck their soul. They're trying to control and submit them instead of exercising all of these features in the domain of creativity. Because creativity, what? If you're not cultivating it, if you're not accepting this property, you forget about it. You forgot that this function exists. And the more you not exercise it, the more it develops atrophy. And plus also you develop, when you're a naturally creative person, but you're not doing anything, you're not exercising your creativity where you're supposed to, what happens is that you start feeling like you're self-sabotaging. You feel this growing self-disrespect. You feel the sense of that you're betraying yourself somewhere. And you start quietly hating yourself. You can start punishing yourself. Unconsciously, you can start punishing yourself for not doing that, because you start feeling that you're not worthy, that you're not doing something very important. And so you're distracting yourself and you're distracting somebody else, while also feeling this dissatisfaction, envy to people who actually do create, who do have this ease of interaction with the world, when they can speak openly, when they can do things, when they can take chaos and turn it through labor into something that gives them immense satisfaction. Remember a child. A child, you give them bricks, you give them Lego bricks, you give them whatever, metal parts, screws and stuff. The child will naturally start assembling into things. They start making structures out of disordered matter. They go into the beach and they start building a castle. They start building structures. It's an insanely satisfying, insanely natural thing for us to take elements and assemble them into a pattern, assemble them into something orderly. That's what we'll have to do. How many people do you know that actually exercise that? A lot of people at work nowadays, they perform very robotic work, which is to take a pile of papers and move them gradually into another pile of papers, for example. The fundamental property of a human is not satisfied. But it must be. That's why I insist on this. If you want to live well, of course, if you want to live well, this must be the centerpiece of your life. And everything else just goes and follows. Because this is where you have unlimited resource, unlimited energy, unlimited fulfillment. And that's what shapes your brain to actually see the world from an absolutely different angle. You become supercharged, you become super energetic, super free individual. And with that, what relationships will you form? As opposed to a person who hates themselves, who betrays themselves, who finds this victimhood entitlement that everybody owes me something because I struggle. My parents owe me something. The passerbys owe me something. Women owe me something. Men owe me something. Instead of that, you feel like you already are with the world. You feel the pulse of life. You don't need a partner who will become your piece of manure, an infinite donor of energy to sustain your absolutely meaningless, empty life in which you don't feel yourself. You don't feel your body. You don't know why all of this is happening altogether. You're not connected to the source. You don't know what to do, how to do. At least I'll find a partner. And then the moment I form the attachment, I start perceiving them like a parent who I'm entitled to services from. And that's what makes relationships so gross. That's what makes relationships so dysfunctional. And what I'm proposing, the way I live, the way I perceive it, may be intimidating for people because it destroys the plot. It destroys the plot that is established in the society for the role of relationships. When there's romantic love that was invented in the 19th century, before it was invented in the antique Greece and ancient Greece between men and another man and young decent men, the romantic love between man and a woman is a totally novel concept that is incredibly artificial, that is fully submitted to the economic reality, socio-cultural reality, that does not address the needs of men or women. That's why everybody is miserable, everybody feels entitlement, expectations, and then they break. Where is love? We married. He put a ring on here. Where is love? I want to feel desired. I want to feel loved. She doesn't understand me. I'm so tired of this. Because it was never about that. It was never about your goal, about your purpose. It was never something that you even thought about. It was crafted for you by some gay novelists back in the day who could not talk about their affection to younger males, parodying the antique world, and instead they were writing about some female characters, about imaginary female characters. The whole concept of a modern woman, God, it was invented in the literature, has nothing in common with what women really are. But because of decades, centuries of oppression, because of oppression in general, very strong caste system that actually was all over the world, women developed this artificial understanding of themselves through artificial social expectations and roles. Same with males, especially in the slave classes. It's all artificial. But it's all what drives people. It's all what makes people's idea of what it should be. With all of that, with shiny rocks, mortgages and other crap, and prenups, and weddings, $30,000 loan for that. Celebration, this like archaic fashions. Some self-sabotage because they don't think they deserve to be loved. Usually don't think that you don't deserve to be loved. You usually feel like you quite deserved, but it's just entitlement, disappointment about it. Disgusting. My ex had 63 different men. I'd rather have one that can bring myself to, oh, what? I really dig you with your hair down. Okay. Do you believe that women find their greatest happiness, strength, and creativity when they're raising children? Heck no. Heck no. That's an absolute bullshit because, I mean, you can find fulfillment physically. But at the same time, And you can make anything out of this experience. It really depends on who you are. There are people who justify it as their highest purpose, but this highest purpose is developed artificially as well. I met so many women who are incredibly miserable in maternity, in actions. They find that they do it on display, they put it on display, they fulfill something, but because they're not here, because they're not living with awareness, they're not fully integrated individual, they birth that child, they birth this child to hate this child. Are they finding fulfillment in that? Yes, oftentimes they find immense fulfillment in that. In fact, read the forums, horrendous forums, where women write about their desire to be mother, to have ultimate power over someone, to have full control over someone. Is it happiness? No, it's not happiness. It's some cover-up for insecurity. It's some cover-up for for something that's deeply broken in them. I don't believe that raising children is the ultimate fulfillment. It is something, yes, that there could be some hormonal impulse that you would want, some itch that you may fulfill. But most people regret. Most people struggle with that. And in the end, when children leave, there is a question, why was it all for? You cannot predict what child you will be born. There's so many people who birth children that don't match their expectations. You're birthing an unexpected genetics. You may birth a psychopath. You may birth anyone. What also happens, the woman births a child with a man. The child looks so similar to her man, and then they split up. What happens? All she sees, because she's largely an animal, she sees her ex. She sees broken love. She sees broken expectations and running around and wanting something. Then this female, a lot of whom are very animalistic, a lot of people are in general living on the animal level. A lot of people live on the animal level. So this female with this offspring finds another man who is now the truest love of my life. He's a real man. He's a real alpha. And she wants to be with him 24/7, jumping on him in ecstasy. And there's this little ex running around, this copy-paste of her ex running around, wanting attention, wanting care, wanting to be loved. So what does she do? She actively hates on that, because all she wants to reproduce with her new alpha male who deserves love, who deserves to have another baby, the real baby from real love, real child, real everything. So they have this baby, and then there's this gross previous child running around. God, that's what happens. Which fulfillment? It's fulfillment for animal level people. Perhaps. But then it's a very temporary fulfillment as well, because they can depreciate this child like this. When their great love dies, and what they see is that, you bastard, leave. That's what happens. It's bullshit. It's for people living on an animalistic level. That's, the children, breastfeeding and all of that. Then happy mama, happy kids, interpreted as mom goes, dad goes, happy parents, happy kids. Cognition and brain development are primary. They must be primary if you want to live well. Because those people, they remain in this very childish role where life happens to them, where their feelings happen to them. Well, they have no mental institutions. They have no self-governance. They don't have awareness. They don't understand sense of purpose. And those two people, they meet and they destroy. They destroy their children. They create and destroy them because they just treat them merely as tools. It's toilet paper. I know it's a myth. Maybe some, again, we're talking about, maybe if we talk about some conservative, artificial conservative woman who is living in this fantasy world with some artificial conservative male, they're taught from childhood that this is the climax of human existence, to push out a child and breastfeed them and watch them grow. Sure. Without that, it's a dead end. The child will leave and they will be with glass, with this like glance of glass wall inside. They'll be like, children are my greatest accomplishment in life. They're my purpose in life. They're everything I live for. Now, what would you suggest in the place of wedding then? Do you suggest we don't mate loyally for life? No, wedding is a ritual, is an incredibly gross ritual. If you think about it, wedding, what does wedding do? What is a wedding? What is a wedding? Do you know what wedding is? I don't know where my marker went. A wedding is a trade ritual. There was a girl, there was a boy, or everyone in between. They find each other. They're in love. A wedding is, now we have institution between us. And trade relationships. Wedding is a human trade. It's a selling. If you look at the ritual of wedding, it is father selling the daughter. For some reason, people don't, nothing rings in people's minds when they see the ritual of trading of a woman into a man for goods, for promise of goods. This is what wedding constitutes. I'm not talking about formats of relationship. I'm talking specifically about the wedding, marriage ideas. People invest a ton of money to conduct this trade ritual. I think deep down you're afraid of guys. Oh my God. No mating allowed unless you're creating. It's it's a pretty eugenic thing. I mean, we cannot allow or disallow something. I'm talking within a different philosophy. I'm not talking just for everyone. Masses are needed. Masses are needed for whatever. I mean, they will be breeding, they will be mating, they will be paying taxes. They need to mate. They need to produce taxpayers. They need to produce people who believe in certain propaganda. They need to exist to keep the economy going. So mating for non-creative classes is totally cool. But I'm talking for people who are interested in actually having relationships work for them without this surprise, surprise, when suddenly things just all fall apart. So that's what my content is for. It's not for people whether mate or not mate. It is for people who want to live well without destroying their life with their relationships, without destroying themselves with relationships. Because somehow, as I will reiterate, somehow, relationships that are idealistically, that constitute certain commodities and attachment, love, and the peak pleasure of sexual connection, enjoyment, adoration, mutual affection, that becomes an antagonist of human development. And not through the comfort. No, oftentimes it's through actual abusive oppression. How does it happen? I don't know. I'd love to begin a friendship with you. That one. I don't know. I mean, I can't. Offline friendship is impossible because I move around places. And online friendship is not something that I can entertain, really. Learning so much. Taco Bell News. Thank you. Your amber hair looks nice. Thank you. After... Oh my God. Spermatoxicosis hits hard. Don't forget the primal energy. Don't push the divine feminine. Integrate with masculine energy. Primal energy, yeah, of course. That's the dichotomy between feminine and masculine energy. so arbitrary as well. I mean, it's a lot of it is also shaped by the social context. Some of it is hormonal. Some of it is, we can find natural cues to that, of course. But when women try to shape themselves, when they try to mold themselves into some shapes that prohibit their full potential, that prohibit their full roar, their strengths, that's path to catastrophe. That's we're also talking about some women, they try to squeeze themselves in these feminine roles to perhaps do something with that relationship that's based on the wrong thing as a premise. Then they end up having post-divorce glow up when they don't have anyone to exercise their feminine energy with. Somehow this sociocultural feminine energy, and let's draw this. In quotes, feminine energy will have. It can be fake, as in invention of society, just on display. And it can be true. The strength is here. This, oh my god, how angry I am at this thing. How angry I am at this thing. I surely was in a relationship that pushed me to start exploring. What's wrong with me, I was just in a relationship with a very traumatized person. Very authoritative, but traumatized person. I went through the path of multiple years trying to explore the depth of so-called feminine energy. I watched so many coaches who were like, you should be this, you should do this, you should do that, you should do this, you should do this, you should say this, you should be softer, you should be milder, you should be quieter, you should be wiser, you should be you should be accepting, you should be so in this and this and this. I developed, as a result, a controller. That turned this whole thing into the pressure cooker. Sitting on fire, generating so much tension that this fake softness, fluidity, feminine energy, that are actually attributes of just human energy in the creator awakened. Surprise, surprise. All of that just generated a ton of pressure, tension in me. It was the wildest, restrictive path that in Tantra coaching, in Tantra work, we're not exploiting. We can use elements of this when they're organic to a human, when they're organic to this person, specific person, and that is aligned with their core, with their essence. We cannot take a woman with certain hormonal makeup, with high level of health, with very strong leadership, survival skills, that mother who can birth, who is like the nature's power, who can birth, who can defend her children, who can be active in sex, who is capable of sexual pleasure, sexual intensity. Take that woman and make her this 24/7. Make her suppress her internal fire, her rage. Suppress that. Good luck. That strong, awakened, free human who combines the facets of the so-called masculine, so-called feminine, or just creative, just in alignment with your nature. That is where the freedom is found. If you suppress that, if you start artificially selecting these things, artificially suppressing them, where will you end up? You're going to end up in neurosis. You're going to end up in total sabotage of your body. You're going to end up with perpetual control issues. You're going to always be trying to manage yourself, trying to oppress yourself, trying to prohibit yourself, your self-expression. This path is where autoimmunity is born. So much psychosomatic problems can be born from adopting this feminine energy. that prohibits the rage, that prohibits the strength, that prohibits leadership. With leadership being the natural mechanism of survival, human nature will not survive without leadership, without being able to make decisions, without being able to inflict a change on the environment, without being able to grab resources when they need them. This is leadership. Everyone is born a leader. And if a person is trained into being docile by their family, by society, that's a contradiction with nature. That's trying to confine the most resourceful adaptation that everyone's given by nature. So all of this dance with a tambourine that we see in literature, how she was wearing a corset to appear so delicate, how she made this voice and made herself quiet and small. For no reason at all. When we adopt all of this is where we get women with psychosis, women with neurotic behaviors, with misogyny. Because where can a woman who is trained to be docile express, play her aggression? She's trained to not do it in the outer world. She's trained to not do this with her men. She births a child, and this where this fantastic playground for this docile creature is born. And you're generating generations of incredibly broken people. Because women are trying to play these artificial roles written by some novelists to describe perhaps their fantasy applicable somewhere in the bed, in some scenario, some play with submission and such. Because of the social norm being not conducive exercising it healthily. Yeah, keep yourself in the pressure cooker. Try putting yourself in the environment when you're accessing some artificial concepts. The goal that we pursue in Tantra and Human Renaissance is when we align with our core, we find resources from within. The freedom from within, liberation. Liberation will be a good word defining the Tantric path. Liberation. The freedom, breathing in and out, breathing this life in and out, creating. Discipline without discipline. Integrating every facet of our personality, every strength, every forte that we have about ourselves. Allowing ourselves rest. Caressing our more vulnerable parts, functionalizing them. Discovering the hidden gems that we have inside. To not have this bullshit that people experience commonly in relationships and modern dating. When they're trying to find, when they're completely disconnected from their senses, from their essence, from their deep-rooted nature. Completely torn. They go into society. Mom told me something. Dad told me something. Society told me something. It should be this way, it should be that way. At the same time, I'm vulnerable. I'm not in my creative path. I don't have emotional resources. I don't have my path. I'm vulnerable. I'm just like floating around the world, like just like river of life, just slaps me, tumbles me. I don't know who I am. I don't know what I'm doing. And I'm going to just find the first partner who will look at me and try to make it work, something work. For what? And again, my goal is not to heal everyone, no. My goal is to reinforce this idea for people who want to live well. And as we say here, creativity is the king here. Creativity is always going to be the center idea, the center process that must be activated. BT. This is the guide for everything. When you're in awakened creative, when you're connected with your body, when you're connected with the world, when you have good, proper exchange with the world, you have genetic makeup, and you embrace it, you claim it, you take responsibility for your path. You don't need responsibility to be in the hands of your parents, society, anyone giving it to you, giving you validation. You validate it for yourself. You validated this path. You are having that guiding star. Will you be entertaining a relationship that tries to squeeze you into some social norm, that demands of you to betray yourself when you're in this ecstasy of life, that demands you to betray it? I don't know, celebrate some crazy calendar, artificial holidays, performing some ritualism, investing resources in something completely pointless, dismissing your internal, your gut feeling, your deep intuition, your deep alignment that you become familiar with when you awaken your creativity. Would you be entertaining that? Would you be entertained going on this swing, la la? Emotional swings, how entertaining, la la. Do you need that? In and out. Do you want anyone to control your emotional state? Probably not. So what partner will be suitable for a person who embraces their creativity? The partner who is capable of dialogue. That requires certain intellectual level. You cannot find an idiot and have a dialogue with them. You cannot find an idiot for yourself and explain to them the importance for yourself. This is just joy of what you're doing, the alignment. You just can't. Self-care becomes very important. You cannot find a partner who is unable to care for themselves and living just in totally zero energy state, dismissing themselves. Freedom. You cannot be with someone who is bound to some artificial system, who lives by some social clock, by some social calendar. I mean, inside. Of course, they can have a business that requires them to align with some bigger system, with certain calendar and such. But freedom from some artificial timelines for their own life, for their personal life. This dialogue, we can dig into this topic very strongly. Because dialogue, and this will be our next chapter here, what this dialogue in relationships constitute. When you're in a creative path, you are going to use, I will use the word use, you're going to use relationships in a way to free yourself even stronger. Your relationships will be the marker. Your relationship will be the place in which you can unlock more and more freedom for yourself, more and more creative freedom. This path, this conductance that you develop, if we imagine a human as a waveguide, as a conductor, like electrical conductor, have some scattering defects. some scattering centers that will dissipate your energy. So in your relationships with a dialogue, you will be able to find where you have those scattering centers, to go on the next level, to feel even more capacity, to feel even more giving potential here. Through the dialogue with your partner, who understands you, who is capable of understanding you. Through reflection, when you both can enter the observer state. That's a skill, but it can be trained, given that there is genetic premise and this as a priority. Freedom, priority of freedom. If your partner is scared, if they want to live in the shell, if they don't have an impulse for freedom, if they want to settle for something small, if they don't allow themselves the uproar, they will also be draining you down. And if you don't have the dialogue, if you don't understand what you're doing in life, if you're not guided by this star, they can have very strong influence on you, disabling your own development. If you choose to trade this for partnership. And then in general, the relationship that's based on this, that's based on freedom, the pursuit of freedom and liberation, will put you in a condition in which attachment will become outweighed. The demand for attachment, the addiction to attachment, will be outweighed by your addiction to your freedom. This what will balance the relationships, and that what will reduce the excessive potential, the tension around the relationship. Because when people form a bond, if they don't have anything in the external world, that not even external world, but in their own even internal world, if they don't have anything substantial in themselves, the addiction to freedom, the unapologetic pursuit of freedom, then the relationship starts being a burden, because it's so hard, it's so scary to lose it. There's a fear of losing it, because it's the only support that I have. As opposed to when I accept this as the center thing, with this as the criterion of my success on this path. I value my freedom so much that it becomes the test for my relationships. Is my relationship on par? Is my relationship providing me the sense of freedom? Is it capable of accommodating my freedom? Or not? And definition of this freedom can be different for many people. But it's important to find a partner with whom you will be yourself. And common psychology will call all of this narcissistic, by the way. But there is, for people who have strong narcissistic traits and biological makeup, character and talents and level of vitality and energy to maintain their narcissistic ambitions and to pursue them and to live by them and accept the narcissism instead of becoming a hidden narcissist and victim, these people, the only way is through for them. They need to exercise this. They have to. Otherwise, they will not be able to access the biggest resource in their life, which is this. So this is narcissistic idea. But it's not good or bad. It's something that has to be exercised for that person to live. For that person to live healthily. Instead of breaking themselves into something that's completely unsustainable, that will be draining them, that will be propagating suffering among many people around them, and will not lead anywhere. So yeah, it can be treated perhaps through the narcissistic lens. And that's actually, remember, in one of the recent streams, I was mentioning that this is some conundrum that I'm trying to understand in my head, because there are concepts, even like you watch sometimes psychologists and you realize that they're like operating with the terms good or bad, Society, 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 which world, which norm, what is it all about? And there are so many channels that are demonizing narcissists. People make so much money off narcissism, demonizing it, because there's so many people who did not connect with their narcissistic part, which is super resourceful part, which is the source of a lot of freedom, if they claimed it. Narcissists who claimed it, they just highlight it for people who are not claiming it. So there's a huge witch hunt of narcissists. But I severely disagree with that, because a lot of this witch hunt comes from, again, from just people not being able to see their own narcissistic part, awaken it, and live freely. Or live in accordance to what makes sense, to what is sustainable, to what brings the best outcomes, to what brings the best quality of life. So this is in line with the conundrum, but the more I observe, the more I live, the more I experience, the more I come to the conclusion that this is the path. The only way is through. And you can only break yourself and squeeze yourself, you can do it only so much. But if you dare to go through, to commit on this path and make good decisions, if you connect also good strategist, if you connect very good observer, rational thinking to it, you can achieve the life where you will feel alive, where you will feel fulfillment, where you will feel ownership of what you're doing. The playful energy. It's totally possible. Exactly, they mentioned protection to keep you as slave. Yeah. That's the rhetoric. Men don't protect themselves anymore. The angriest people need the most love. That's the sad part. I don't know what's said about it. Yeah, it's a similar situation where she wasn't religious and neither was I, but she vibed in low energy and I vibed in high energy, so it didn't work out. Why were you together though? What magnetized you to each other? Remember, you can't love the hate out of someone. As compared to our failed American women, they did just fine. Distill the master, I'm stealing that. Cool 95. Do you believe that women are most creative and engaged when they're raising a family? What about this family? What is raising a family creative and such? Women can be creative in many realms. I don't know that. I mean, the childbearing can definitely unlock certain things because women are put. On the one hand, there is some release of energy if woman is very healthy. That can give her some missionary pursuits, I guess, some more creative pursuits. At the same time, she will be limited in time, so it's likely that if she cares for herself, if she is aligned with this on a fundamental level, she's capable of pursuing this. She will likely want to maximize what she does that brings her full alignment and energy, as opposed to draining her. But the reality is totally different. I mean, you're talking about very specific guys as if you are on social media looking at treadwives who are making content, who are hardworking women, who don't necessarily exhibit much creativity, I wouldn't say. I don't know. I can give you examples of so many different life scenarios. The key to good relationship is trust. Put jealousy aside and trust. Why does sex ruin life? That's not true. Who said that? I said that relationships ruin life. Relationships that contain sex, somehow sex being the peak of physical pleasure, affection being the peak of emotional pleasure in relationships, the intimacy, closeness, affection, beautiful things, somehow get distorted in a relationship to ruin a human. That's what happens. And that's why hence the title. There is a dearth of both goals and creativity from the look of things. This in this chat. Happy Thursday, sister. Hello, Shuriken. She can't stop talking. It's like she needs help. Magic Dragon. It's too cold for me, dear. I'm a feeling human being and don't like repressing my emotions more than is necessary for everyday decency interacting with others. That would indeed be an incredible way to live, in a healthy way, without these oughts. They ought to get married, they ought to have kids, they ought to buy a house. How deep love would be without these. Yeah, exactly. That's when you live from within as opposed to living from the outside. That's the depth. That's the fulfillment. When you align with someone from your value system, from your not even value system, it's a value system can also be external, but from how you feel, from your authenticity, which can be achieved if you are on the path at least together. But if there's deep misalignment, some of this doesn't happen, creativity as a king doesn't happen, then it's unlikely that you will ever meet in some point of authenticity. It's unlikely that you will ever achieve it and intercept and have that bliss without this work. But yeah, that oftentimes that happens. Like the people literally do, you know what they do? They have the timeline. They live by psychological crisis in relationships. That okay, so we had the first honeymoon period. Now, as modern psychologist says, in 1 year we'll have first crisis. On year 3 we'll have the second crisis. Then there will be a 5-year crisis. 7-year crisis, the biggest of all. 7-year crisis, yes. Then crisis of having children. Did I write that down? Yeah. Then 13-year crisis. People live by that. Then also there is a thing. First we need to date. There's a certain number of dates that qualify partners to finally give in to their intimate impulses. Which, given that there are so many idiots, there are so many unsafe people, that's a valid thing. But then when they did this with each other, because relationships inevitably are tied to resource acquisition and institutional attitude, they cannot just be together. They cannot just enjoy their life together. They cannot just create their life together. They cannot just be free together because they put so much expectation on the partner, on the relationship. Relationship becomes a vessel in which their creativity is sacrificed to. Their vitality is sacrificed to. So much sacrificed in this vessel of creativity, of this relationship, vessel of relationship, that they feel like they need to wait. They need to mature to be able to perform this act of ritualistic sacrifice, in which they cut a huge piece of themselves and throw this in this fucking bucket of relationships as they're painted in the society. It becomes this bloody bucket that contains the essence of those humans that sacrifice all that gives them vitality, energy, life force. They throw it in that bucket. And then they're expecting, like, hey, government, hey, maybe some partner, give me some benefits. Actually, you know what? I sacrificed for this. Their best years of my life in that bloody bucket right now, yeah. I could have done so much, but I sacrificed. Do you see that bloody bucket? I'm waiting for my dividends. I'm waiting for my dividends. That's like sacrificing your life to a shitty career that you could care less about, expecting that after you're 65, your life will suddenly reward you and you will travel the world with your pension. Exactly the same attitude that you need to cut yourself, tumble, like, remove everything, strip everything away from yourself, throw it in that bucket as a sacrifice, as the sacrificial act for your effing children that you're going to birth as an act of sacrifice, not out of love, not out of vitality. No. In that relationship built on these ill systems, you're going to birth something that is to cover, maybe cover those wounds, maybe cover everything that I sacrificed. Compensate, child. You dumb thing, you dumb little thing, sacrifice. Give me the emotions, hey, give me satisfaction. You must be for something. I sacrificed for you. Partner, eh? Why are you not performing like an animator in Turkish all-inclusive hotel? I sacrificed for this. I paid for this experience. I want striptease, cotton candy, and I want you to make a cover of my favorite song and do it all here on display, and also donate money, please. Give me money. I want financial reward for this. I'm waiting right here. And plus also make me aroused. Because I don't seem to want you anymore. So please try harder. Do something. I sacrificed. This is the attitude. People are literally being very shitty investors, not understanding what they're doing, why they're doing. What is this for? In the process, it's anti-satisfying. Anti-productive. And in the end, there's no medal, there's no memorabilia, no dividends in the end. Marriage in general, save your marriage. They've been together for 30 years. What an achievement. A round of applause for the people who were married, who saved their marriage for 30 years. What for? What is this for? What are we applauding? It's like applauding to sportsmen who ruin their lives, who ruin their bodies, to retire at 30 years, at the 25 years of age, with multitude of damaging things done to their body, pharmaceutical abuse. They at least got a medal, some financial reward. They can probably relax a little bit about their resource acquisition. But a lot of people, that's a survivor error. When it happens that sportsmen become successful, most people who embrace professional sports just end up with injuries without any reward. Permanently damaged ligaments, busted bodies, for what? That's here's your marriage. Here's your contemporary or like a conventional family. And then women come, their sexual organs don't function. They don't have libido. It's painful for them to engage in the intercourse with their husband. They don't desire their husband. But they're enduring. They're going against their body. They're not trying to figure out what happened. Trying to understand what is this for. They think that if it's marriage, it just should work automatically. We signed the papers at some governmental institution. It must work automatically, right? Right? I sacrificed so much, it should work, right? No. You did the antagonist of libido. You performed the exact opposite of what it is needed for attention of your vitality, happiness, and sexuality. You were a very shitty investor. You cut the essential parts and threw them in this dirty bucket, expecting that there will be a reward. That for every year of your life with that person, in that environment, in this system, you will be given golden medal. Not focusing on your day-to-day life, on whether you feel alive, on how your body feels, who you are, what spectrum of emotions you're experiencing on the daily basis. No, you fully submitted yourself, you fully invested yourself into some investment, into some MLM, because you will birth children with the same level of victim entitlement. So it is in fact an MLM. that just robs people. The only system that benefits from that is IRS. Just create together. Yes, that's the idea. Yes. Howard Lucan, go help yourself. Well, if it's not, love my live streaming again, Paxton B. I don't like that the algorithm sent me here. Busy. Busy, you're speaking too much after you left. You should have left after your first message. The most exciting times during past relationships were always during the times of developing something together, with ideas and input and silly and brazen things. The rest was just noise. She's right. Yeah. Thank you for sharing that. I think the last thing I mentioned want is a woman and is nuclear neurosis. But that's what society pushes. It's said that the industrial state leaves little room for her to sing when she wants. Yeah. Honestly, her energy will attract the same type of people no matter where you go. So passport bros are okay. What are some things a man could do to prevent his wife from losing her song? That requires to analyze the entry conditions. And one important thing is to dismiss the idea of turning each other into functions. When we treat each other as functions, that's the basis. But it's all entanglement. So what's the cause and what's effect? That's hard to pinpoint. So we need to work with a specific case. Prevention of that is just be free yourself and encourage freedom in her. That's the best thing. Cultivate the freedom in yourself. Cultivate your own expression. Because that, even if it's hard, even if you're with a person who's a little bit heavy on that, it still will lead to, when you start showing that it has an effect, when it starts being fully authentic and spilling over to productive areas of life, when you will show and you see yourself and you show how your energy put to action leads to insane level of satisfaction, when it leads to insane level of freedom, when you yourself are willing to prioritize your freedom, prioritize your full breathing nature, this is when people around you align with that. Either leave or align. And that's the best thing you probably can do. Because breaking yourself for someone is never a good idea. And there could be a temptation to start playing certain games that are going to steal your vitality. But then important thing here, when we are agreed already on having a dialogue, an important thing to how to design a dialogue between two aware partners, this is what I wanted to talk about today, but I got so verbose on the introductory part. Remember the cycles, right? So a lot of the systems are ran in cycles. And what could you do? There are some states here. And some explosion happens here. A lot of the conflicts in couples, a lot of families run in cycles. They never evolve. Their progression, their mutual, spiritual, mental, actual development, it doesn't progress in linear fashion, or at least in spiral fashion. It doesn't do that. It sometimes gets stuck in the cycles. So when a family system is stuck in the cycles, it's important to establish a dialogue and to be able to exercise awareness. In the moment of explosion, when something bad is happening, when something that you disagree with happens, it's important to become an observer and to start discussing it without any biases, to start verbalizing the exact things that are happening in that moment. List the emotions that you're feeling, events that led to it, acknowledge the cycle. So when you're acknowledging the cyclical nature of it, we'll start realizing what always leads to it. When something is in the cycle, there's something that bothers. So there's some thorn sitting here that needs to be fixed in both partners usually. So when you're noticing the cycle during the explosion, it's a very good idea to, even if you do it in privacy alone for your own sake, if the situation is very heated, it's important to name the emotions, like state them. Name the events that led to this explosion and acknowledge the cycle and what events typically lead to it. What happens in our system in general? When you enter the observer, you can't talk like, for example, this behavior of hers is very upsetting, she's this and this. And then ask the question, why is she this? Why is she like this? Why am I choosing that she's this way? Why? Why am I in it? Why am I experiencing this? Why am I in this cycle? Why am I with this person? Why is this person's trait that upsets me the most? Why am I facing it again? Why am I experiencing this? When you ask these questions to yourself, when you analyze this thing, you will be able to create a law. You're exiting the cycle to create the law to move on to the next developmental leap. With your partner, you're agreeing on the law, you're explaining to them the origin of your feelings, the origin of your upset, why the cycle repeated, and you need to write the law, how to develop. And you, through this thing, you discover what this thorn was, and you remove it. Perhaps you will go on to this thing until you find another cycle. It might be this paradigm. So from this cycle, you need to exit mandatorily onto the next level of development. With the new law, with new regulations, understanding what this thorn was, and you can remove it. This is how you can develop in relationships, as opposed to destroying each other in relationships. Because destruction will happen if you never acknowledge that there's a problem. You will never acknowledge that you both are the source of the problem. You will never acknowledge what this thorn was, so you'll be living with this thorn. This thorn creating some wound that never can heal, eventually leads to destruction, eventually leads to unbearable pain, eventually leads to destruction of relationships. So the goal of this revision is to identify what this thorn was, what this thorn is in you. Perhaps you have some trauma that draws you to pursue certain type of conflict when you feel certain things. Why do I choose to feel certain things? Why do I always end up in the cycle of guilt? Why do I always have to choose between, for example, feeling like I'm a bad person or suffering the consequence of not staying with my boundaries? Why do I choose that? Is there a third option? Is there a way I can build a different system altogether? We're talking always about building a different system, behavioral system, relationship system, because I want to think about something. We're always talking about building a new behavioral system where we don't rely on the existence of this thorn and source of energy being in this cycle. The behavioral system that is sustainable, that will allow us to find the treasure in place of this thorn. Remember our previous live streams, where we donate some important treasure, some important sub persona to the system that just sucks our energy, that just gives us this emotional swing, just draining us. So this treasure is found in place of this thorn. We remove it and we can move on. And that provides us better developmental leap. It puts us on developmental leap towards our creativity. Because these cycles, this upset, happens in place of something that could be happening at that same time, where energy could be invested much better, where there could be more pleasure. So why is there thorn in place of pleasure? Why is pleasure, enjoyment, ecstasy of life is tainted here? Why? And that's the goal. That's how we work in relationship, how we work with conflict. Otherwise, relationships suck if we cannot get it sorted out. And it's not your partner's bad. It's why are we together in this cycle? What is this complementary thing, this complementary thorn that we're both feeling that creates this disagreement between us, that we constantly go back to? How can we remove it? How can we change the system? Where are we being the source of dysfunction with our attitude? Because this is a projection of your overall attitude. You might find that your relationships in society improve, that your attitude at work and your creative pursuits improve, whatever it can be. Maybe your voice, your physicality will change. You never know. Maybe you will feel so much better in your body. You will start making better choices for your body when you remove a thorn that your relationships pointed out to you. This is how you build good relationships. This is where relationships are functional. And they will suck if you allow these cycles to go on, go on, go on. So the practice that you can all do after we exit this stream is to identify what cycles exist in your relationships. What are the very hurtful things that constantly reiterate themselves? Or perhaps next time, now with this knowledge, you find yourself in the position that, like something around intimacy, for example, is very hurtful. It doesn't feel right. It doesn't give me the feel of ease. Or some conversations always spiral into this, feeling this thorn. When you are in the middle of this pain, remember about this. And do this audit. Emotions, events that led to it, acknowledge the existence of cycle, and ask yourself why. What's the function? Why are you? What are your traits? What are your partner's traits? Why are you choosing it? Why are you choosing this? Why is this your environment? Why is this in your environment? That will help. Passport bros means you think you will find that one person you're looking for. It usually doesn't work. You will be broke and feeling even worse. Find happiness in yourself. Yeah, also some people don't research the cultural customs when they pursue that, and then they suddenly live with family up to grandparents, needing to sponsor all of them. And they're like, oh my god. So there are a lot of things. Being sovereign is what ends up for more geniuses, single and lonely. No, lonely, how can you be lonely? I mean, you can be lonely with people, but put yourself in the situation when you are in the same environment, cohabitating with people who don't understand you, who live in totally different world. It won't feel like not loneliness. It will feel like obstruction. It will feel like just added discomfort. When you are very talented in particular, you find yourself being very elective and selective with who you communicate and how much you communicate. Because again, your biggest satisfaction comes from creative pursuit. not from just chit-chatting with someone for no particular reason. The satisfaction comes from constructing thoughts, objects, ideas, and turning them into some artistic form, some expressive form, or just your enjoyment of life as well. So you become very selective with who is in your immediate surroundings and what you do with your time, what you even talk about with people. Gives you some more being reserved. You become more reserved as well. Because you realize that not everything is worth talking about. Because even talk becomes, when it's something forced upon, something that you don't relate with, a lot of talk becomes a waste of energy and time. You start feeling it. So you necessarily become strategic. Yes, this is the dark side of it. This is the satanic well that it's also it looks like satanic well for people who embrace other things, but in reality it's not a satanic well. There is if you keep pursuing, there is satisfaction on the other end of it. So if you remember satanic well term that we introduced before. Can you elaborate more about the social media trend of black cat versus golden retriever crap? Yes, I can elaborate on that. So black cat archetype is, I don't know. Yes. You know, I need to go. Perhaps we'll see you next time. And golden retriever archetype being, do you want this? Do you want to go there? May I call you? May you call me? Please. Oh, do you want to go on a date? It was so wonderful. It was so beautiful. Do you want to do this? Let's do some entertainment. I'll buy this for you. I'll do this for you. These are your flowers. These are your these. This is your dish. This is your favorite thing. This is cat and golden retriever. Basically, the person who withdraws themselves and holds on to their energy and expressiveness becomes enigmatic, dark, and it's supposed to trigger golden retriever. Ideally, for these people, they envision a golden retriever man and black cat woman. They envision them to form a couple in which a man is always chasing and the woman is always this very selective with her energy, with whether she gives the energy to the man or whether she doesn't. And she's like basically always keeps him at a distance, praising him with her sexuality, with her attention when he deserves. So it is a transactional form of relationships that's based on deserving and giving, providing something, withholding also. So that's this dynamic. That's the way of manipulation. The bottom line is. Works for some people. Again, acquisition of resources. If there are some men who acquired resources but they did it based on their trauma, they will go for that for sure. There are women who, for example, have been in abusive relationships, didn't get anything out of them. They're upset and they didn't heal their relationships with themselves, with the world, with men. They decide to use it as defense mechanism to at least get some resources out of that. If they employ this as an artificial tactic. There's of course place for the archetype of so-called black cat, if you want to reframe it. I don't like when people call people cats in general, or dogs. I like people to remain people, because I'm not really fascinated with cats and stuff. So I don't associate with cats. But making it the dominant archetype that drives you in life and is the only domain in which you can securely coexist with the world, coexist with other people, That's the problem there. Because if it becomes your shield, becomes your protection mechanism, that indicates that deep inside there is lack of stability, there is lack of security. That's where it's problematic to be black cat, golden retriever. Golden retriever is also nuts. You like the person, imagine the person sees a person who is like, no. And it sparks them to go chase. You can do it once, but if it's like a recurring thing, you can do it once as like some play, some playful thing. But if it becomes the theme of your life, where you can never access the authentic person beneath this, well, what is this about? Like, what's up with this man? Like, need some healing, perhaps. There's a lot of pride in it. There's a lot of desire to control issues, of course. That's both neurotic people who are covering their insecurities with those roles, with those archetypes. Relationships helps because you get sharper. If you use it properly, yeah. I think the whole black cat and dog thing is programming. Ignore it. Yes, it is. Howard Lucan came to brilliant conclusion. Howard, congratulations. You have to be AI. Nobody can expound like this endlessly, even if you are a woman. Howard, congratulations. You found the truth. You're never really free with or without. You will be able to, you're never free from nature. Yes, nature is the ultimate limit on human existence. Nature will be the ultimate thing that will always limit us, but it doesn't feel like limitations. With nature, it doesn't feel like limitations because it is natural. We come from nature. Otherwise, your freedom is here. And if you disbelieve that you can maximize your freedom and sense of freedom, then I have nothing to tell you. If you are willing to challenge this belief, then we can talk. But I cannot convince you otherwise if there is no room for this idea that you can maximize your freedom. I cannot perform a productive discussion. If I was a perfect version of myself, who's available and where do you find them in our society? If A was a perfect version of myself, who's available and where do you find them in our society? I don't know what society you are in. My partnerships all came from my education and work environments. But also my education is pretty funny because I'm a physicist. So it's usually pretty curious and weird people. So, lol, break out the matrix, AI is predictable. Relationship I was in was awesome, but there was too much focus on sexuality and communication suffered. I think social media destroys relationships now. Yeah, it does. Too much focus on sexuality that it felt artificial. What was the reason for that? Because you might have been with a person for whom sexuality was the way to validate themselves. Sexuality can be used as a boundary because that's something where they can exercise control. Sexuality can be like hyper focus on sexuality. Can be the means to prove that they're worthy, to prove that they're valuable. Or to prove certain beliefs to them. So there's always underlying reason to these things when there is some fixation on something one. The fact that communication suffered kind of points to the fact that there was fear of intimacy, and perhaps also with everything we discussed. That was very rude, very rough. So I'm sorry if anybody's feelings were hurt, but with everything that society puts in this, and forces people to put in this bucket, seemingly, makes them think that they're forced to put sacrifice for this thing, take this immense responsibility for it, without any basis, without much reward. With this context of relationships, it's very normal to be scared of them. So it's easier to just go sleep around without forming bonds than to go pursue relationships, build something, jump into it. To jump into relationship, to be willing and free to jump into relationships, there must be some level of security, and again, your own path must be very clearly drawn. Then it is easy to build balanced relationship. That's not scary. When you're trying to build relationships from the social paradigm that you deeply disagree with, or don't understand why you would do this, why would you all of a sudden you will carry so much responsibility for no reward? This is when, of course, it's really terrifying for a lot of people, young people especially, who already are bound to so many expectations oftentimes, before they build their own self-governance principles, before they mature to claim their life, to claim their path, to claim their responsibility for their life, and start having fun on this path. When they're also offered responsibility for someone else, that's too much. Burning white sage leaves makes me feel good. It's incredible how you're able to articulate for such extended period of time. Sharp brain. Thank you, post-finasteride. Howard knows my secret. I'm an AI. Yeah, narcissists are great leaders, but there's negative, low vibe, and positive versions. You're a brilliant women. Thank you, Chunky Cat. I freaking love open debates and opinions. Makes me chill. I want to ask something, but she's reading chat from like half hour ago. Just listening at this point, but enjoying it still. I'm sorry. I know that thing. She's got fiery energy today. Yes. Holy bloody hell, I love this friend. Thank you so much. I'm really happy. She's absolutely right. I have an uncle that slaved at Boeing for 48 years. He has 3 pins in his toolbox. All he has to show for it. Cute little pins he never wears. I see his face. I'm terrified. I like your teaching. Thank you. Great tone. Someone said, find yourself, you don't need a woman, etc. Isn't that called being asexual? That's called thinking in extremes. That's perhaps, did I make an impression today that I'm thinking in extremes? Perhaps. But when you're presented this choice, I'm thinking in extremes, but in a way that opens up the field of possibilities, I guess. Unlimited possibilities. No, limited, like, by some natural limitations, but without any internal constraints or external constraints. That's the framework that I operate in, and even when I sound radical, when I sound extreme, that is to serve as that field of embracing a lot of things. Find yourself a woman, or find yourself and you won't need a woman. I think it can be interpreted in many ways. Need in this sense can be a derogatory word, because then it's like you need someone for survival. You need someone or something, rather, some function to sustain yourself. That's a problematic standpoint if it is anything outside of the domain of relationships, outside of the domain of pure connection. You know, it's like I had a friend with whom their idea of relationships was that they needed a woman to make food for them. Sure, there could be some beautiful idea beneath that. It could be some encompassing thing, but that needing is maybe problematic. But if we reframe it from the perspective that it's normal to crave human connection, it's normal to want affection, be physical with someone. It is normal, it's physiological. If there is no asexuality from within, like you don't feel like you want to be sexual. For example, you want, like not platonic, but just like, because platonic does not necessarily mean that Plato himself was not into sexless love. But it's not. It's just like a touch. It's just a like, let's say oxytocin attractions. It's normal to crave that. It's normal to want to be with someone. So those extremes, find yourself and you will not need a woman. Perhaps it was to give a benefit of doubt to this phrase, would mean that you don't rely on that in the domains in which you don't have to rely on a woman. So basically, we'll find a partnership for pleasure, not out of need, out of want. That's my benefit of doubt version of interpretation of that. But sounds extreme, actually. There's numerous deep desires in all mammals that involve the opposite sex, mating, companionship, symbiosis. Not only opposite sex, it's also community. Biologically, yes, it's, you know how before we talked about genius is seeking solitude. Genius is seeking solitude still implies reliance on the community. You just minimize your interaction with the community, but you still rely on the resources that community can provide. So we still don't break even in the genius versus people. If you prefer solitude, if you're a hermit, you are still relying on society. The existence of a genius is enabled by society. So, and even then, genius will still crave companionship or will crave audience. Genius autonomously will not be able to perhaps feel fulfillment unless they create some imaginary persona, some divine entity, for example, some thing beyond them, to devote their creativity to. But usually, geniuses still create for someone of humane plane. So humane connection in general is highly important, even when you are seemingly detached from society. You still will rely on resources that it brings. You still will rely on having the audience. Even if you are like this with the audience, you have this linear interaction with the audience, you still rely on them. In the vacuum, you probably wouldn't exist. In the vacuum of some deep thing will not be satisfied. But this doesn't negate the coexistence with the environment of people, with society. It just puts you in different place relatively to society. You still have a role in the society, in some community. And it's not about just men and women, or for homosexual people or anyone else with any other preferences, just finding a mating partner or one partner. It's about the whole network that we need. There should be a network of multiple people, multiple interactions. Humans evolved living in the communities of up to 30 people. So having some humans around you, having some human life around you going on, is important. But how you communicate with them, what laws, what hierarchies, what interactions you will build with them, depends on each individual preferences. It will just naturally play in a certain way. Your regime of communication and so on. But nevertheless, there's still importance of community for every individual. So by looking for a mate, what are the signs I would see in a woman to know that she isn't programmed by these cycles? At what point would you leave a prospect? Signs that they don't seek this freedom. At what stage? I don't know. It's, first conflict will reveal it. First conflict will be the important thing to observe. And first conflicts, they arise very quickly because the moment we start doing anything together, we start entering the plane of having power balance, or you're doing things not the way I want them to be done. No, it's you are not doing things the way I want them to be done. No, it's you. No, it's you. No, it's you. You don't hear me, you don't listen to me, you don't appreciate me. The first conflict will do this. Keeping up so far, Kiva, thank you. Are relationships easy for you because you're professional and have all the tools and can see through people's actions? That's relationships are easy for me because my partner is capable of dialogue. And my partner, I admire his genius. And we're on very similar level of understanding of things. And we have dialogue. We can discuss anything. Because we both value this freedom. Were relationships easy always? No. But there is a thing where when you feel like relationships become doom and gloom versus when something requires work, when something requires understanding. So the system that we built was always that it is not doom and gloom, but there are tasks to tackle. So with that attitude, it feels like work in progress or work to be done, as opposed to that is unbearable doom and gloom. Easy, nothing is easy. Everything in life, everything requires some work. Everything requires you to make discoveries. Anything you create, anything you do involves development. And when you come in relationships, you can approach them as just like settle and everything should work out for myself. And then when it doesn't, I just suffer and endure. Or I see that something is not comfortable. I'm asking myself why, and I'm seeing what can be done with that. How can I change? How can I find more freedom? How can I find more energy, more power to make it not an issue? That's the distinction. And the tools, with Tantra, I had the most major discoveries probably. The most major discoveries about myself that did help immensely. Love the acting with the voices and everything. Thank you, Chad. I was like thinking self-conscious a little bit because I'm like, what if I'm scaring people? What if I'm scaring people? But then I'm like, it's okay. Well, I think I was in a 6-month relationship fueled by the black cat versus golden retriever trend. Manipulation is the right way to label it. K1Z3N888. Are you certified? Yes, I have Tantra coach certificate. My Tantra teacher, she has PhD in sexology that she got from Dr. Clark from Miami. I don't remember the name of the institution. But Dr. Clark, she specializes on sexology and also on treatment of addictions. So this is who my Tantra teacher got her PhD degree from. She got Tantra initiation at the Kamakya temple. And she basically integrated the approaches of Tantra with modern sexology to create the teaching program that I took. And I got a certificate from her. So that's my certification, my origin. Have an actor's spirit, Nastya. Thank you, Chad. You never take bathroom breaks throughout your long stream, so pray that she's AI, because otherwise she's serious need for hydration. I mean, I use bathroom right before and then right after. 3 hours is not that long. Oxytocin, yes, I think I'm starved of it. I barely interact anymore. I was referring to these men in here who are obviously lonely, that they live in live stream. They say that they don't like just to want you to give them 9 seconds of attention. They act needy, so say need. I'm sitting on the stairs in my life instead of continuing to climb the stairs. I'm staying where I'm at, which I know is a waste of my life. Chad. I go to work, I come home. It's I mean, if you're becoming aware of the patterns, then I mean, it's great. First, you need to acknowledge the pattern existing, because how many people live in the cycles forever and they don't acknowledge that they live in the cycles, right? If you live in some cycle and you start noticing that it's a pattern. For example, every couple of weeks I feel this feeling that I'm not moving forward in my life, for example. Feeling stagnant, you know? That's where you can do some reflection that, okay, every couple of weeks it comes. Why does it come? It becomes a trend, which means that it's probably something profound that requires my attention. So that's how we can even do some self-reflection on the cycles. You have some repetitive moods. Got it. Thank you again for sharing your skills with us. Got my notes. Have a lovely evening, miss. I do hope you write a book. Thank you so much, 95 Star. Please watch 95 Star before you leave. Please watch the previous stream. In the beginning, especially, I was talking for you specifically for your abrasive, toxic system that you want to escape. Don't need to watch the whole thing, just the beginning. Okay? There's a fun practice for you, basically. Something practical you can do. On top of what we discussed last time. With you, I mean. I like watching your streams. You're underrated. Chunky Cat. I'm not underrated. I'm not underrated, guys. I'm fairly rated. Plus also, I mean, probably my views are kind of niche. So, sometimes I'm even thinking, I would want to be underground a little bit, actually. We have very good conversations here, so I don't perceive it as underrated. Again, I don't have concept about it. There is a balance, of course, with performance that's desired, but at the same time, I reflect sometimes on why would I want to stay underground? I want to hear the 13 steps of Tantra, but I'd miss the stream. I can give you the brief walk through 13 steps of Tantra. Corey Nelson, thank you so much. I'll just list them for you, Chad. So, step 1 in Tantra. We need to formulate the problem, and from problem we need to create the task. That's what we do first. And then we turn this goal, the list of goals, we turn them now into the short idea that encompasses them. That's what we do on the first session, pretty much. Step 2, we create material equivalent of that goal. We make a diary, and we start performing some practices. We can do some custom practices, and based on your issue, such that you can start self-regulating right away, based on your first diagnostic session. Then in step 3, we start working with focus. We start working with emotional states and somatic responses to emotional states through breathing. And we start also connecting our body and emotions. Chad, I think you weren't there. We were performing practice. We had very intimate circle ones, and we were doing practices. It was Shiki, Kiva, Fruity Cutie, and we were doing practices of connecting emotions in the body. Pretty fun ones. Such that you start actually integrating yourself into them. Then step 4, we introduce relaxation techniques and continuing conversational therapy. And what we need to focus on here is because this is where, in step 4, is where first resistance to life changes begins. That's why relaxation techniques are important, such that you get your nervous system some time. And also conversational therapy to track the resistances and stay on the course to process information. Because everything old paradigms will surface the moment you start self-regulating better. The paradox there is when you start doing just anything, when you give yourself rest, this is when all the garbage surfaces. Everything comes to surface. So this is where we need this extra support. Step 5 is when we start working with percentages of our focus. If in step 3 we're working with focus and defocus, and some simple practice here, we start learning how to locate attention. Remember yesterday with electric aura we were talking about bringing attention. When you're charged up with some motion, we bring attention elsewhere in the moment. This is where that thing, I think it's step 5 and step 6, complementary. So this practice of dividing your attention and in percentages is preparational practice for this relocation of energy. Then we start on step 6, we start bringing it to real life, whatever skills we learned, we start introducing them into our relationships with the world and relationships with the people. Thank you, Ben. And working with dominance. So we start weighing our dominance, we start reinforcing them, we start locating energy purposefully there. Keeping breathing practices. Then step 7, we have audit. In step 7, we need to actually track the achievements that were done, how life is changing. Step 8, work with facets of sexuality. Yesterday we were talking about it. Then there are some practices that I wasn't talking about because it's more for personal work. But this is when we start resourcing ourselves, when we start acquiring resources from all of those personas, where facets of our personality, and also learn how to share this resource. Step 9 is loving eyes. Loaded thing. Loving eyes basically is for starting being aware of the life and love force that exists always, and charging ourselves with this energy through other people, through images of other people. And then we start interacting with the world through this energy, through this understanding. Step 10, we introduce the polarity. In Hindu notion will be Shiva and Shakti, two divine entities. But we can work with any polarity of feminine, masculine, of, Pokemons and stuff, whatever is dear to you. But this is basically the concept of divine union, through which the bliss, everything living is born. And through this union, we can heal experiences. And there we have practices like destiny healing and stuff. Then interstitial practices there could be mirror. When you're doing radical self-acceptance practice, then you do connection with your sexual organs, for example, some deep meditation. Then you can do meditations with potentiating the image of your loved one, and so on. Then step 11 is where we do tantric sex. Step 12 is, so we start with 4 languages of love. Then we go into step 12 is practice 7 shades of love. And step 13 is full tantric sex work, introduction to the concept of tantric sex, how to perform it, and that includes all of the skill set that we learned in all the previous steps. So this is the whole protocol that takes several months actually to cover. Depending on the severity of trauma, sometimes in some people the changes will be slow, very gentle, because the spectrum of clients for whom tantric coaching, tantric therapy will work spans from people who just have existential crisis, for example, loss of meaning, to people who have had it all, are overstimulated and don't feel anything anymore, to people who underwent sexual abuse, disappointment in relationships, spent 40 years in marriage and divorced, and whatnot. So the spectrum of people who can be benefiting from this is vast. So this is just an approximate protocol. general. That encompasses so much. And you yourself start noticing evolution or revolution on step 1, perhaps even. When you start introducing specifically somatic practices, that's when revolution starts booming. I can't have tantric sex because there's no one to have sex with. Tantric sex preparation, though, I mean, as you go through the course, you realize how to actually be in relationships, and also you start reconnecting with yourself more. The thing is, you see, having sex with someone is just, you can have sex from a very dark place, and then sex will be burying the traumatic patterns, this thorn. Sex will be burying this thorn deeper, because your body will be remembering the association with some darkness in sex. So that's where it becomes problematic to just jump, for example, into intimacy if you are not aware, if you're not willing to step out of certain traumatic patterns. So preparation for tantric sex is very vast. That's why there are so many steps prior to that, such that you go into the intimacy from a more healed state, from a beautiful state. When you approach sex with purity, through pure energy, with pure intention, which is pleasure, multiplication of pleasure, celebration of life, affection, care, and with play, with playful energy as opposed to deficient energy. So these practices, everything I listed, first of all, they regulate, they calm yourself down. They make yourself more embodied, more calm, more tranquil. That allows you to start receiving positive feedback from the world. So your relationships in general, your background, your internal background and your external background, they align in a very beautiful harmony now. You feel more secure. You feel more just cheerful, just happy. Feel more wholesome. And then tantric sex itself, the practices that train you for tantric sex, actually can be solo practices as well. There are some things, it's very deep in the teaching that I actually never talked about it. It's something that I never talked about. With focus, defocus, for example, there's so many ways you can work with your body. One of the things I gave to my client once to train was just with a comb. I told her, let's practice something. Let's grab a comb, we'll squeeze it here. And now, let's focus on the sensations in the left hand. That's one of the skills that we can develop, switching focus from the immediate stimulus to elsewhere. To be able to divide our attention to feel more complete experiences. Remember, I asked a question about BDSM, by the way. This practice is an emulation of that. Because when you have BDSM situation, without which some people, for example, cannot climax, what they do, they distract their senses from the location where they are about to have pleasure. But remember, we also talked about yesterday, when you have rigid relationships with control, you are actually not in control. So in Tantra, we start learning, okay, I have stimulus here, I can focus here. I can focus on bigger areas of my body. For example, you're pressing on the comb, you feel some pain. But then you can focus on the rest of your body. Then it's not just focus. It can be focus and defocus. You can dissolve your attention. You can press here. And instead of feeling the sharp sensation in the palm, You can float your sensation, you can float, diffuse your attention, make it like more cloudy as opposed to intense. These things you can train on your own. Да, расческа. Видишь, мама, такой расчес, волосики так расчесывает, да. Вот так вот, волосики так расчесывает. На ручки хочешь, иди. Иди сюда. So we work with focus, and then we apply it in real life, in daily life. We apply it in intimacy. Whether Tantra is feasible for me or not at this time, the streams are still therapeutic for me, and I appreciate you. I'm very happy, Chad. I'm very happy that you enjoy it. That's super cool. Excuse me, Nastya, where are you from? I'm Russian. God topics, yeah, I don't discuss them because we end up in religious matters, and it's part of my work on myself to restrain my unique opinion on that, my unique, super important opinion on that from the public discourse, because it usually has no practical value. That's why it's my discipline to not talk about it. Therapeutic, yeah, understood. Thank you. Again, Tantra is a path of liberation. Tantra is a creative path. And yeah, I will let you know when you can have some self-study materials accessible too. I don't know, by the way, I'm debating because on the one hand, I would want to make written materials. On the other hand, I don't know if you prefer watching instructional materials. I'm thinking what hybrid to make, because I will need to make explanations for the practices, the premises for the practices, and then have audio and video of the practice, for example, because some breathing practices, they need to be shown. So I'm wondering what you guys prefer. Do you prefer written instructions, written text, and then video or audio of the practice? Or do you prefer video instructions all along? What format do you prefer? If I was to, for example, give you some materials where you can start practicing things. Because, I don't know, sometimes reading is much quicker than going through the video. At the same time, if you prefer listening and doing something, then the video, yeah, is better. We can all do better. Well, video all along. Okay. It's been a bit busy down here. I've been in and out, but hope you and all friends have been doing well. Yeah, we had very fiery stream. Video with an option with optional reading. Okay, video is better. Okay. Good. Good to know. I studied through lectures with PowerPoints. So we had lectures, and they were with video, and then we had homeworks. Homeworks actually are so important because I realized that you can watch so many things as many times as possible without performing homeworks on some discipline basis. It's not gonna work as well. So we had homeworks, we had video, we had presentations, and we also had to have a book. It's the book on how to design tantric protocols for different categories of clients. So that's the material that we go by. I learned so much through videos, yeah. Okay, I got your preference, guys. Thank you so much. Fiery, yeah, sounds right. Yes. Let me drink. But Chad, I'm really, really happy. I remember our first conversations, and it feels like it's more chill. It feels like more, I don't know, I just feel more harmony. It's really cool to witness. My dog is very bored. Thank you so much, Malik. go, Hippocrates. Hello. You see our topic today. Relationships suck. Yes, I would say a book for maybe men alone, because I never heard of these concepts until now, and I like to read in quiet, and also video format. Okay. What are the thoughts for video for men who are in pursuit of relationships? How to build healthy relationships for men? Something like that? In the modern reality. And I agree, video with optional written seems ideal sometimes. Written materials are most handy, okay? Sight and sound are great together. Taking one away would be disadvantageous. Would be another level of human connection lost. Yeah, we can do actually PowerPoint probably. PowerPoint with video. All great ones have all counts, right? Okay, so what is the purpose of life in this universe? Let's define life first and see if it has a purpose. Life is a pulse of energy. It's just a pulse. It just exists. So, it just exists. Not everything must have purpose. Ух ты ж! Капитан мой. Yes, a guy could always learn ways to be the mate a woman would want, how to foster her free spirit. Awesome, that's a great idea. PowerPoint, okay. My kids use this one sometimes. The other one is NFJ channel. It's random and limited. Be best. Life is in general something that the recognition of life, the concept of life, that gives me incredible sentimental feelings. There was a practice that I created once that is created with eraser for people who fail to appreciate life. And that the essence of the practice created with an eraser is the following. We will use the principle of removal to understand its value. You know how you can, for example, if you close your nose, you will suddenly become aware of breathing. Just breathing, you're not aware of breathing. So that's the principle. To understand life, the value of life, to connect with it, to feel it, you can use the principle of removal. So, for example, you go outside somewhere. There are people walking. I swear I'm an artist. People walking, doing something, I don't know, there are flowers, birdies flying in the sky. That's a birdie. So the point of the practice is that you take an eraser mentally. You imagine that you have an eraser and you can erase everything that lives. So you go outside and you start removing. Now that you've seen life, you take an eraser in your mind. You remove one piece of life. Remove the other piece of life. The other piece of life. And through feeling this void, you start connecting with the value of life. So maybe there's no purpose, but for us as observers, because we're defining the purpose, this will give you the feeling of purpose of life. Not understanding, not some concept about it, just feeling of purpose of life. Remove everything that lives. Wasn't it better when it was with life? It just feels better to have life. Now when you remove it, it suddenly feels void. And that's what makes me cry sometimes. When I realize this beauty and sentimental nature of life. That love that always exists. The life that's always like pulsating everywhere. Okay, Sunder Circus. Can we discuss my relationship with the black cat? Because I feel that I kept pushing black cat hypocrisy. If you just join, black cat is an archetype. I cried too, Doug Bell News. Just because I rock doesn't mean I'm made of stone. Oh. Yeah, it is very like sentimental thing indeed. Hello, Stuck. Stuck in 2026. So black cat is the women who are like, keep your distance. My answer is no. You need to deserve my attention. It may not be verbally said, but that's the essence. So it's not there's a basically black cat woman and golden retriever woman, just to get you in the loop a little bit. Can we discuss or fill you in? That's how the thing goes. Can discuss my relationship with the black cat because I feel that I kept pushing in that relationship due to my newly discovered narcissism levels not being fulfilled. Thoughts? So you wanted to have a prize, you wanted validation, and that validation is always asymptotically moving. So basically what the relationship, were to put a graph here, so this is time and effort. Time, let's do multiplied by effort. I forgot that we're dealing with the opposite orientation of everything. So here we have time multiplied by effort. Okay? So this like cumulative value. And on the y-axis we will have achievement validation. Multiplied by validation. So also cumulative entity here. So, and then there seems to be that there is some achievement and validation, like that you need to hit, I guess. Let me think how we can mathematically depict it as a function with a black cat. You start putting a lot of time and effort, but achievement and validation always slips. At first you might get a little bit of reward, but then it starts dropping and like never reaches. No, it should be opposite. It should go up, actually. No, will it go up? Or it will oscillate. Probably this is where you want to hit the goal, but it will always be oscillating like this with black cat or your golden retriever, but you will never hit it. You will be always close, and then it will hit you, and then you will be a good boy again, and then you will be so close, but it will always hit you back. Something like this. Russians don't write from, oh my god, Russians don't write from right to left. You still understand which you write with. Yeah, we have this Russian Hebrew, special Russian Hebrew, Cyrillic Hebrew. So, this is the most positive female interaction I get right now, but I think of you as a teacher and acquaintance. I like that you know me on some level and even remember things about me. Thank you, Chad. I'm very happy about it. We live in a strange time. All right, I'll head out. It's past my bedtime. Have a good one, Chad and Coach. Thank you, Chunky Cat. Have a good night. I stopped making friends in real life because I feel like I'm making friends in chat too. Just a meet up sometime. So we have this graph. That's a pure gold for unhealed narcissism. Because you know what narcissistic conflict constitutes, how I derived it? So narcissism is, there is our human with unhealed narcissism. So they have an idea, some grandiose idea, that they're so great. They're like on Mount Everest of life. They have a mission. They're doing so great. They're recognized. They're like super famous, super rich. They're doing so great. But then, somewhere in the basement of this psyche, there's an idea, there's this little creature that just craves someone to give them permission to be, gives them to just like validate them. Validate me. Allow me. I can feel. And so these things people pursue from the external world. This lives in the internal world, and this is the problem. Their idea of their greatness lives in the internal world. This is being pursued in the external world. I should be the opposite. This should go into internal world, put it into internal world. This goes to external. When you put this into internal world and start managing it, this will allow you to bring this, your ambitions, to the external world. But when this situation, you don't allow yourself to manage it yourself. You don't manage it by putting it into internal world, put into internal work, let's say, or put in internal work. When you perform this internal work and allowing you all of these, figuring these out, then you can bring this into external world, because you don't need to validate yourself anymore. You're already validated. Instead, what we do, we suck up to some system like that allows us to kind of get a glimpse of this validation, but no one in the external world will validate you. This validation should have happened when you were 3 years old. So, from your parent, without even any verbal support. So this thing, if it's not fulfilled, you have to fulfill it. But no one in the external world will give you this achievement here. Waha! Finally, validated. Because you know what happens? If you have this conflict between this split, between how grandiose you are and how miserable and pitiful you are, because this thing, I just had a thought and then I forgot it. What did I want to say? I read some comment and totally snapped me out. That's what I want to say. When you live like this, that's a deep one. please listen. You treat yourself as hierarchy. There is something very good and something very shitty about you that you feel very deeply about. When you live in the paradigm of this hierarchy, you treat people like that. So people who will try to validate you, who like you, who will give you that prize, because of this facet, you will instantly understand them as people, lesser humans. So should someone love you, should someone tell you, you're so amazing, you're the best thing that happened to this world, you will look at them like, phew, get out of me. Phew, unworthy. You love me? You must be nuts. Because of this. Split. But you will always be looking to get this validation from people who are withholding it, who will never give it to you. It could be psychopaths, it could be more powerful narcissists, who will be looking at you like, phew. And this you will understand as people who could validate you, desirable people. That's the fun part of it. That's why it's so important to flip this sideways, remove the concept of good and bad, functionalize everything that you have, collect all of your desires, put them in the horizontal plane like we discussed in yesterday's video. We create a just assortment of tools that you have, internal tools. You, in general, you don't even need validation, just relax about it. What this does, flipping this hierarchy into lateral, it relaxes you. You don't care about it. Like someone was, there was a good example, some a person, some accidental visitor of my live stream said that, do you think, something like, do you think you're so smart? Why do you think that you're so smart or something? And I thought about it briefly, and I'm like, I don't have a concept of my intelligence. Like, I don't care. I don't care to have a concept of how intelligent I am. Because my intelligence, however it is, serves a certain goal. It serves certain genetic impulses that I am representing, that I am enacting. So how come would I think about my intelligence conceptually? Thinking like, am I intelligent on some scale from 0 to 100? How intelligent I am? How intelligent am I compared to Dostoevsky? How intelligent am I compared to Einstein? I don't care about this. Because I just put it to you. I mean, I don't think about it. It's not the concept that I care about. So this is what happens when you remove this whole concept of validation from your value system in general. You detach this from anything emotional by doing this. By just functionalizing everything you have in your psyche into toolbox. So these people don't have power over you anymore. No one can withhold that treasure. First of all, it loses the status of treasure. This concept is gone. So you're not going to chase it. Moreover, you will be in your creative because now you just have tools. You embrace everything that you got. Whatever you want to do, you don't have a barrier because you're not waiting for someone to give you permission to start doing it. You're just doing it. So this is the ripple effect that happens when you flip this and this into just toolbox, neutralize it, and through that you achieve that what people who receive that validation from parents receive at the age of 3. And when the glance and attitude of their parents communicates to them that you are good, you're good, just live, relax and live, do what you want, as opposed to parents who are creating conditions for a child, for example, to start fighting for attention, to try being someone, to do some like extras and whatnot, in order to win some base appreciation and attention, and understanding that they're loved and accepted. So this is the healing here. This is the method how we achieve it. Or maybe there are some other tools we can achieve it. Maybe just rationally thinking about it will be enough for you to achieve it. But if there are some circumstances, some singular circumstance in which you find yourself on this roller coaster, be it with some person, some black cat person, or being it with career, you know that it triggered something that you haven't flipped yet, something that you haven't integrated yet. Are you following along? Are you here? Does it make sense? Does it make sense? Yes, I'm here. Makes perfect sense, actually. Great. So you can play with this concept in your mind. See, maybe again, just rationally, you'll just absorb it. But yeah, this will free you from withholders who are teasing you with some treasure that's inside. And that treasure, again, it will not be a treasure. Either everything will become treasure, everything will be just neutral. And that neutrality is incredibly freeing. Because your treasure will become your path. This is treasure, the process of enjoying life. This is the real treasure that we're pursuing. The path, your path, with feeling of aliveness, path of feeling inspired, easy, joyful, light. Just as I was always saying this analogy, breathing in and out throughout your whole body. And that's like breathing in and out through your whole life, freely. Ease, lightness, freedom, flexibility, not getting stuck anywhere. Okay? Makes perfect sense. Cool, guys. Thank you so much. Been living alone and reflecting for 5 years. Kiva and Shuriken are cool people I had positive interactions with. Nice. Permission. Yeah, keyword. That's how I know I'm not a narcissist, because I'm always trying to climb the flipping. Sure. Thanks for explaining. Great. I'm very happy that it set well with you. So, if you want, you can rewatch the... I don't remember where we were discussing this. It was in the lecture portion of the previous stream with this flipping. If you want to go all the way, perform the practice on your own, I don't know if you'll have enough sense of discipline to do it, to go through the whole process might be really beneficial, and will be like a speed run through this practice. But again, maybe it's not enough for you to understand. Not everyone sometimes needs or is ready or it's relevant to just go and dedicate like full effort into something. Hello, Kitty Pie. Hello, Rich. That reminds me, we're missing Fruity Cutie today. All the way. Sounds like commitment. Yeah, because Hippocrates, you weren't there yesterday, right? So yesterday I was discussing this, how to perform this practice in the most profound way, the most exhaustive way, such that you clear out everything from every corner of your psyche. So yeah, it may take some time. And that's when it is your homework that will be checked. You probably have more incentive to do it compared to when it is just something that I got the gist. I understand how it works. I can move on, you know? So. Oh no, joke work. Yeah. Homework. Exactly. I still actually get dreams that I'm at school trying to take an exam and I don't know anything, and it's incredibly stressful sometimes, yeah. Or I show up without homework. $10 years or how many years? 20 years of programming don't just go don't go unnoticed, I guess. But yeah, a lot of narcissistic problems can be resolved here. Narcissism is less scary when there's some self-reflection, when there's willingness to reflect on this happening in life all the time, when you're still like cannot jump all the way into some experiences that you want, you still can't get, you're like watching your life, watching how other people seem to live, but you are like always almost like watching, not being able to access it fully, or not having permission, that you always like look at your life through the eyes of your parents or some people, and that's very exhausting. When people are ready to witness that, narcissism is actually not such a mild cases, not a huge problem. Greystone, been drinking, oh my god. Chad. At some time in our life through nasty, we question if we are the problem, if we are the narcissist, if we are the problem, if we are the narcissist. Narcissistic part exists in everyone. It can be just hurt, it can be deeply hurt, or it can be integrated and balanced. And this is the main conflict in narcissism. When hurt narcissism is here. Incredible deficiency, this deficit, sense of deficit. Some people, they embrace those mountains, living with this deficit. The goal is to remove the deficit, because this will become some performative pursuit. Sometimes people will even start approaching things that they don't care to do. Sometimes people will be waiting their entire life for the perfect moment to execute, such that no one tells them that you're a stinking piece of shit. Never show up again. They're afraid, so they're living somebody else's life instead. So you can have hurt narcissism. That's the problem, the bigger problem even with flip narcissists who've become victims. That's the harder thing to chew. Keyword is validation. No one will give it to me. That would make the homework doable. Yeah, it's all you. It's all, imagine what happens else also, the liberating thing, right? For example, you're 3 years old and parents do something to you that communicates to you that you're validated. Where is the sense of validation? In your psyche. You read it from your parent, that it's in your psyche. Hence, since lack of validation exists in the psyche, then the work can be performed in your psyche. You can choose in the mirror, you can choose the method, you can put it there. And there are indirect methods. You can it's not necessarily that it is the validation as validation, but you can work through the attributes that validation gives. That's what we do here. The attributes that validation gives is you being relaxed about concepts about yourself, not having concepts about yourself. Being chill. And that's the freedom. That's where freedom found in validation. You can just show middle finger to that no validation, yes validation, who cares, right? So that's the goal here. That's how people feel who receive that fundamental validation at certain age from their parents. They grew up with it, so it became their base setting. So for them, it's nothing. They don't know that it exists. They're unaware of it. And that's what you achieve. Just same level of neutrality about it. You want to have fun? Have fun. You want to do this? Do this. So, I was always a performer growing up, top of my class, participating in multiple school plays, etc. So constantly seek validation continuously, I think. Familiar story. Yeah. Yeah, it's really difficult, it's really scary to give up this paradigm, because it seems like you're always hooked on some carrot on a stick. And then when you start living on your own terms, performing something from within, the challenge is specifically to claim this validation, self-validation, validation of their path. And chill out. Just, yes, this is how I am. And that's where people sometimes can, what helps me personally is to think that nature created me in this way. Nature gave me skills, nature gave me my desires, So, nature created me this way for something. So, in the domain that nature threw me in, the best thing I can do to perform my role is to enjoy my life with the tools that nature gave me. There's nothing better than the tools that nature gave me. My desires are natural. My skills are natural. My emotions are natural. My feelings are natural. My thoughts are natural. So I'm just walking with nature. I'm playing along with nature. And my enjoyment is criterion that I am doing the right job, working in alliance with nature. Because nature always rewards you with enjoyment. You eat proper food, you're healthy and joyful and satisfied. You have sex, you are healthy sex. You are you feel incredibly well. It's the peak physical pleasure. You move your body, you feel incredibly well. When you do something specifically, not like some gym craziness, when you go in nature and walk around, you feel so peaceful, so recharged, your body feels so saturated with oxygen. It's a really beautiful state. So you feel it's the right thing to do. You hug someone, it feels really good. You create, it feels incredibly well. Very good feeling to create something. Nature rewards you for it. And so where your joy is, that's where what nature wants from you is located. That's how you know that you're communicating clearly with nature. So, that's the gist. We have support group for people with experiences with withdrawals and how to quit alcohol. Thank you. I'm gonna erase this. And I'll take another question. That's so cool, guys, that you're supporting each other through different experiences. It's amazing. I love it. Reviewing. Kiva is reviewing the materials. And I'm asking for another question. Tim Watkins, do you want help? So questions, questions, questions. Think, guys. Usually by the end, everyone um, starts thinking about deepest things. So, where's your accent, Russian accent? I can do that. Operate heavy machinery, surf forklift, and drive rail of truck. Boom. All it took, guys, was for somebody that cared about me to tell me that they didn't like who I was becoming and no longer wanted to be around me. So I stopped. That's seizure from withdrawals. Trust and sacrifice are the main things. Sacrifice? I don't know. Sacrifice is the main negative thing. Questions, questions, questions. Waiting for questions. Kiva, I don't know. Review today will be so. I feel such a shift of mood from the beginning to now. I feel so weird, but I guess it's my chance uh, to bring some maybe different light to where we started. Because I felt like I was just getting ready for some revolution. So, nice to should someone completely fix themselves before a relationship of any kind. In real life, can happen without IRL. What does it mean? It can happen without disaster. Shouldn't someone completely... What's completely fixed? Chad, I want you to define what is completely fixed. What's the goal here? Because I want you to be clear with that. Because as we described, you're in relationships, life always throws challenges, right? So completely fix, what type of function do you want to have? Not like, I don't do something. What is the portrait of you when you're fixed, fully fixed in this terminology? What is it? Because yeah, there is a chance you can find a codependent woman who will be fighting for you, who will be tug of war with you against the bottle, right? So that's what may happen, and she will be only propagating your dependency on the bottle. So that may be the trap. So here's your wisdom to not enter relationship on this basis. You're very wise for that. You shouldn't want to replace bottle with a woman to enter this competition. One addiction for another addiction. It will be destructive, mutually destructive indeed. So that I understand. I really respect your awareness of that. But then the addictive personality, how are we going to work with that? Such that it's not like, imagine there's you. And there is a choice, right? This is not a good position to be in. For neither of you. Hey. So we need to change the context altogether. To remove equivalency of woman and the bottle. Thank you, Greystone. Right now we're dealing with equivalency, woman and the bottle. So in our domain, there's imagine, there's a library of things in the brain. So that's some portrait of things that exist in the mind. And then some, let's change the importance of them. There will be some domains that are bigger, there will be domains that are smaller. Let's do something like this. Graphical depiction. And let's say there is some very strong thing that is now filled with addiction. Not even filled with addiction. You're addicted to it. So this domain is blown up. It's inflated. So very strong dominant of addictive behavior. Addictive behavior, meaning that this becomes the sole focus. So everything else is kind of like secondary. Addiction is primary. And we can feel it with this, we can feel it with women, we can feel it with sex, we can feel it with porn, we can feel it with anything that can be exercised as some recurring, very strong, broken, like not broken, burnt pixel. Actually, I need a charger. Let me charge my phone real quick. Can I get a charger? Thanks. So I'm off the microphone, and everything's stable. So you want to put woman and the bottle in this addiction domain. That's very strong. Addictive personality is addictive personality. And how it constitutes in your psyche. It is a priority activity that always magnetizes you. It's like a strong magnet for your attention. That's how I imagine it. So in this landscape, you won't be paying attention to these things as much. But this one always is in front of you. Like if you were to perhaps imagine it, how I imagine it, it's something that always sits in front. It always shines brighter. It's some light that just lights up so strongly that it's really difficult to switch attention to anything else. Does that resonate or no? Does this hypothesis work? It's actually, yeah, with the lamp now highlights it perfectly. It's like, imagine this comb, for example, that I illustrated before. I'm squeezing this comb, and this is what I feel the most right now. And if I don't put the willpower effort, I'm not going to get distracted from it. It will be the strongest stimulus right now. If someone starts, for example, flashing a flashlight in my face, I might get distracted a little bit. Or maybe if someone will start playing some super nasty sound very loudly, it also will make me distracted from it. Or if some emergency happens, I also will be distracted from it. Or stronger stimulus, I grab the comb with sharper teeth, for example, and put it here. I will also feel distracted. At the same time, funny thing, when I sit with this comb for a while, I get accustomed to this pain. And now when I remove this comb, oh my god, my tissues start returning to normal place, and they hurt. Why do I want this perpetual pain? Why does this pain, now the question, this pain, if this, for example, alcohol, if this is what alcohol does, what does this thing compete with? What stimulus does it compete with? That you don't feel it as much of a problem. What happens inside of you that if you remove it, you suddenly become aware of the pain of this. But are you becoming, when you remove this, is there some other source of pain elsewhere that you become hyper aware of when you remove this source of pain? Because self-harm behaviors, they are masking some other pain. But you control this pain. When you drink, you elect to drink. You elect this pain because there's some pain that you don't know, that you don't think you can control. Let's do this, squeeze this. So there's some pain that you don't, that's outside of your control. Some pain outside of your control. But this is something that I control. And I feel it more, but it's in my power. And there's always an idea that I can withdraw it. But then when I withdraw, I feel pain of withdrawal and this pain together. Does it make sense? Let's redraw this. Yes. Okay. Then there's something else that competes with it. Some unknown. Something that we don't know. That we don't know what we feel there. But it competes with this thing. So this is our alcohol. Brings us pain and withdrawal. And who knows what. That brings us who knows what. But it is. I don't control. I don't know what it is. Clearly cannot resolve it. But the pain level is comparable. That's what makes this, going through this, worth it. How can we journey to this, to identify this? Because when you go through withdrawals, you're going to experience withdrawal plus this. If we try to find some mathematical solution for that, when you quit alcohol, you have withdrawals. If you remove this, let me draw a formula here. So, alcohol plus problem plus this mystery problem equals dissatisfaction then we remove alcohol plus this, we have withdrawals plus dissatisfaction So you end up in the situation when, to find this mystery, you will always be dealing with withdrawal symptoms. and dissatisfaction. But if you wait for withdrawals to pass, then you will be able to, only then, when withdrawals are not present, only then you will be able to at least identify what your dissatisfaction is. So there is kind of no way out for you to find the solution for this, to resolve this mystery, without going through the process of enduring the withdrawal. Whatever helps, Chad. I'm just also analyzing. It seems like, yeah, what would be the conditions to isolate the source of dissatisfaction in our mind? Because alcohol gives numbness and dissatisfaction, pain, a lot of things. Quitting alcohol gives withdrawals, plus the same dissatisfaction. How to walk out of that situation? To access this mystery. Because what you will be thinking of the analogs of alcohol. But analogs of alcohol, like for example finding a woman to replace the alcohol, is not going to solve this problem. You will find solution for the symptom, symptomatic treatment. You'll not find the core that designs the problem for you. How to find the problem that is designing, to find the core thing that designs this problem of dependence on something, addictive behavior. What would it take to go to rehab, actually, to just get you through withdrawals, so that you can start working on everything else? Because if you were to do some, I don't know, support, some IV drips, I mean, they do IV drips to help you through the toxicity process. Have you considered that, or is it not viable? You see, pressure around this topic will only add to the cycle. So it's good. What you're guys doing right now is really good in the sense that you're showing that it's possible, that there's life on the other side of the issue. At the same time, indeed, worrying won't help, and also putting excessive stress on the whole issue may not help. I will drink when I get home. I know I can take 12 hours every day without drinking. If we reframe it, then it's so hard for me to right now. I'm struggling right now. Because I know I'm dealing with very strong chemical hook. That is the elephant in the room. Can go to rehab, but I will only have to pay all my bills and rent. I'd rather no social support. I mean, no like state programs for that. I just don't know how it works. Or meaning that even if you can afford rehab, you will need to take time from work. What you have, like in the circumstance, Chad, what you have in your circumstance right now, you don't have a social circle necessarily, support system. You don't have, you basically have ultimate freedom in a sense. And what you have, your main asset, is your body right now. So this is what you do have. You have your body. Because journeying through the mind right now, imagine what burden your psyche endures. There is something very burdensome, and you are under such stress because of all of this issue with addiction and stuff. Journeying through the mind may not be a viable thing. But you have your body that works on some automations, that has natural responses, that has surviving, that tries to regulate itself. The body. Is there anything you can give to your body? Is there anything you could, like any sign of care that you can give to your body right now? Without investment of many resources. Anything. How connected are you with your body? And if you're connected with just parts of your body, is there some domain in your body that you are connected with? Let's remove pressure from the topic of drinking. Let me even erase it. Let's go into the basics. If you scan your body, where in your body right now is the comfort? Where is pleasant? Where is relaxation? Where's something good that you can connect with? Because you see, it's easy to get swept with pressure. That you are addiction, right? No, there's you. There's some base of you that is fully functional, that wants to live well, that can live well. And there is addiction. Just put like this. Let's separate them. There is addiction in its own domain. There's you in your own domain. You can come closer. You can come further. But it's not something that defines you. Because with addictive behavior, it seems like it's just the center of focus, center of attention. It's overwhelming. It may feel like this. Like these are human. They have an addiction. They may feel like this. Like they are inside of this bubble of addiction. But let's do this. If we exit this bubble, if we put it that there is addiction, indeed there is addiction. This is like your whole world. Like everything that you have in your life. Instead of this paradigm, let's do something like this. Let's find something else here. Something about your body, for example. You have your body here. This is your body. Some like perception of your body. Where in your body right now can you, like, if you just feel yourself? Is there anything in your body where you feel comfort, where you feel yourself, in general, just like where can you connect easily? Like right now, for example, if I close my eyes, where can I connect the most easily? My right hand was easy to connect to. I guess I just used it. But we're now trying to swap this paradigm for this paradigm. From full immersion of identity to addiction. Overwhelmed with addiction. Well, just there's addiction. Yes, there's addiction. But there's also something else. There's your body. It exists, always lives. There's like some life force. There's like tree behind your window probably somewhere. There's delicious food. Some nature. There's tasty food. There's movement. There's art afterward, after all. And there's addiction. But there's also this. There's also this. This. There's a river somewhere where you can swim. There are people who enjoy your company. There are animals. The sunshine afterwards. Not afterwards, after all. Sunshine always feels good. Sunshine, there's crisp air around us. Even if it's cold. It's very pleasant sometimes. Just inhale very crisp air. Now there's creativity. After all, there's perfumery. Something like that. This perfumery, which agitates senses. Pleasant. Some like pleasant smelling soap. Some little pleasantries for everyday life. And there's addiction. Not this. This. The мой принц, ты пришел. Хочешь пройти ко мне на ручки? Иди сюда. Эти мой колоссы. Эти мой колоссы, иди сюда. Маркер. Не надо его кушать, ладно? This very delicious coffee. Have you ever made coffee with ice cream in it? Or coffee with cream? There are so many beautiful coffee rituals you can embrace. Get yourself an espresso machine. Put vanilla ice cream. Put espresso. Chocolate sprinkles on top. You can turn it into art. It can be real art. Come up with different enjoyments. I don't know. I'm just putting something that's a simple thing. You can get yourself in some cooking. But not this. Instead of this, and you're watching all of these things separately somewhere. All of these bubbles. How about we just put it here? Addiction exists. And the fact is that you're choosing it every day. Out of all choices, effectively you're choosing to engage with it every day. Which means that you're in this shopping, we're just choosing it. You're aware of its existence, which means that you are choosing. And you can choose or not choose. Yeah, bear consequences, but still, there's still will to employ something to not choose it. And choose something else. Instead of this. You grew into this, in this mentality, you're fusing with addiction. And that also destroys your self-esteem because you feel like, I'm fused with addiction. Addiction defines me. Addiction doesn't define you. Addiction just exists in your life. Something that you're choosing to be in your life. So does this can become part of your life. Little warm-up, some stretching can become part of your life. Any activity can become part of your life just as addiction, but not fusing with addiction. We boil down to effectively identity. Identity that is not wanted. Nevertheless, it owns the space somehow. Because you may not want the identity. Some people want the identity, like, I'm a vegan. I'm a vegan. So I will be vegan no matter what. That goes against their life. You are actually aware that this identity is not suiting you. Identity of alcohol. So ditch it, ditch the identity. When the moment you realize that this is not your identity, you're not engaged in it. Make it just a choice. Every time you choose to drink, because you see also with this identity, you're like, I'm filthy, I'm a failure, I'm an alcoholic. All of this comes with identity attributes. Identity attributes being these concepts about yourself. Also concepts, like in previous question we discussed, the concepts. That I am this, I am that, because of this, I cannot do this, I cannot do that, I cannot do this, I cannot do that. So you give it identity attributes, and then what happens? Your choices in life and your ideas become what? I would want to do this. I want to find like love of my life, but I'm an addict. I have identity of addict. Have an identity attributions. I'm not worthy of doing anything. It's not like even I'm not worthy of love, but I'm not worthy of doing anything. So you stop trying. Like a vegan, good example. I'm a vegan, so no matter what, I will not try to improve my nutrition because I'm a vegan. I'm not going to take an action because I'm a vegan. When you name yourself an alcoholic, you fuse with that identity. You're like, I'm an alcoholic. I cannot make other decisions. I cannot make other choices. When you separate this alcoholic thing from your identity to looking at your life, what else exists in your life? Naming things. What exists in life right now? What exists in life? Then you can start making choice. You can choose it. I'm choosing this activity. I'm choosing this activity. I'm not vegan, but I can eat only salad and fruits and nuts one day. Tomorrow, I am going to eat only meat. I'm going to be on a carnivore diet, purely carnivore. But today, I'm eating vegan foods. Does it make me a vegan identity-wise? Does it put me in this fusion here? No. The salad doesn't make me a vegan. I don't identify as a vegan because I can make choices. I want to be able to make choices. I want to tomorrow make a choice to eat meat. But if I name myself a vegan, I don't leave myself choice. Tomorrow I will want to eat meat maybe. But I'm a vegan, I cannot make it. The fact that you drank yesterday, can you reframe it from being an alcoholic to that you made a choice to drink yesterday? But you could make any other choice. What, you had like 5 hours after work. 5 hours after work. What can you do in the span of 5 hours? Many things that don't define you as alcoholic. And that's an important distinction. Recognizing the existence of addictive behavior, recognizing that you're alcoholic, and actually doing something may be therapeutic. Denying that you're an alcoholic may prevent some people from solving the problem. So that's an important distinction. What I'm doing here is I'm trying to work through the identity that prevents you from productive choice, from productive action. Identity of an alcoholic might be one of the problems here. So I want to relax this bond. So you had a question, Chad. Can you truly stop addiction, or is there only replacement with a healthier addiction? It's will be probably partial recovery, but it will be, you will probably always have this notion that you had the episode of addiction to something. So it will be just more vigilance, probably be more purposeful with organizing your life to not funnel yourself back into something some addiction. You just need to be purposeful your entire life. You need to be aware of that. You need to keep this awareness that it can happen. But we need to relax you. We need to relax your mind. We need to relax your body. And through that, you're going to be able to not stress out about it anymore. And build some success story here. Build some positive association, such that alcohol withdrawals are not something, the fear of withdrawals doesn't bother you as much. Because you don't identify with it, it's not a crushing experience. You just chose to do this. Now you're just dealing with the consequences. Alcohol in Russia, I don't know, it depends. Russia is very, very varied. So, all you know about this is that it defines you, it limits you, it prevents you from doing things. Withdrawals are very scary. Not drinking is very scary. Keeping drinking is very scary. There's a lot of tension here. Very huge potential around this issue. Let's now relax with like here. Next time you are taking a drink, I want you to think to yourself, right now I am choosing to drink. It's my choice. And try envision yourself separated from the drink. From drinking. For example, you're drinking and eating something. I don't know, what do you usually eat when you drink? What's your snack of choice? We'll do actually this attention thing. Attention and focus thing. So what's your snack of choice when you're drinking? Burritos and burgers, really well. Okay, can you, for example, for a moment, what you have and you're in front of you, there's a beverage that you're about to drink. So there's a beverage. You pour it for yourself. And there is a burger, let's say. Sitting in front of you. Can you for a moment take a pause when you're choosing what to do here? When you're about to take a drink? Can you sit and focus on taste of the burger, on the consistency of the burger, on touch of the burger? Can you try finding very good fulfillment from the burger without alcoholic experience first? Such that you switch focus for at least a little bit from this to this. Just like for 1 minute. Retain focus on this one. 1 minute. Identify as a burger eater. For just 1 minute. With a clock. Set the timer. Everything like we do. 1 minute. You're a burger eater. You're not an alcoholic. Now let's swap the process. That's cool that you specified that. Swap the process. For 1 minute, you're focusing on your food before touching anything to do with alcohol. And show yourself that you can make a choice. For 1 minute, you are making a choice. For one minute, you are making a choice to focus on food instead of jumping straight into drinking. It's a little game. You're going to drink afterwards. But for 1 minute, when the drink is already there, just sit and fully immerse yourself into enjoyment of food. 1 tiny little minute. Your identity will be, I enjoy burgers, I am burger eater. Introduce this concept to yourself. That you are a burger eater. Not an alcoholic, burger eater. For 1 minute. You can praise yourself for how deliciously you cooked it. How wonderfully you made it. How great of a culinary talent you have. How phenomenal it is. How good it feels. How fresh. how juicy it is, with the beautiful aromas all blending in together. For 1 stupid minute. Can we do that? Burger eater, yes, you're a burger eater. We'll put it here. Burger. Burger eater, burger artist. You're making phenomenal burgers. Praise yourself for that. You created it. That's your creation. Your creation that's worth enjoying. One minute with a timer such that your controller is not freaking out. Such that you create a very good deal with yourself. You promise to yourself, after 1 minute I can drink. But for this 1 minute I'm doing new thing. Okay, burger maxing. Alright, and with it, yes, super good. So 1 minute, you set the timer, eat the burger, then you drink. So that's your homework. But fully. The goal is to fully enjoy it. Fully be in it. Praise yourself. Identify with it. Becomes you. This burger becomes you, actually. It becomes your body. You're building your body through it. How amazing. It nurtures you so well. So delicious, so insanely delicious. So many senses activate. Everything. Feel it all on your tongue. And feel how you made it. It's like it's your craft. So beautiful. If you have the attachment to the ritual of drinking, at least something before that. Put yourself some shot of orange juice or something beforehand. But alcohol comes next. First is this. So what do we accomplish with this? For 1 minute, you are going to make a choice. You're going to show your brain a very important thing. You're going for 1 minute. You're going to show your brain that you're choosing this. You're choosing this. You can choose this for 1 minute. And then you're choosing this. This is the goal of the practice. For 1 minute, I am choosing this. And then I'm going to choose this. I'm not just this. It's not the dominant activity. I am choosing to show this to yourself. I think it will be really cool. And then you can experiment how this practice can progress. You can bring more foods that stimulate you, or more senses. Like it can be something sour, something meaty, something dry, for example, some jerky, some sweet thing, little thing, some like piece of fruit, crunchy fruit, juicy fruit, frozen berry. You can treat your senses with these things, and then you can increase the assortment of foods. For example, you know how Japanese principle of making the whole like platter of things to enjoy, like different things for different palates. And then you can increase the time. So you're increasing the assortment of enjoyable foods that stimulate different senses. And then from 1 minute you go, I'm choosing this for 3 minutes, for example. So for 3 minutes I'm enjoying something else before I opt for my habitual option. So you will show to your brain now that not only I can choose this now, I can also choose this, or I can do some little workout even. I can do like, I don't know, some stretching. I do stretching. Or do some breaths. Or go for a little walk. Specifically in the moment when the impulse to drink arises. But that's later. Right now let's focus on accomplishment of this little practice. This little thing. And then I will want you to share with me how it went. Because we need to start very small and comfortable. No need to pressure. No need to push. No need to be, to strive for some championship here. It's a little thing of just giving an option. Soft, comfortably, with the reward. How amazing. You will do it for 1 minute. Imagine, there was 0 minutes. There was no gap, there was no awareness there. Now you have awareness there for 1 whole minute to make a choice. The great tone, thank you. Questions, comments, disagreements, agreements. Thank you, G2000. Hello, Paul. Russian. Good luck, guys, and thanks for the stream. Hippocrates. Bye-bye. Thank you for participating. Another thing, Chad, by the way, if 1 minute, for example, you get into it, suddenly you feel like, wow, that's amazing. And your timer buzzes and you're like, no, I want more. You can do more, perhaps. I just found this lifestyle. What are you doing in this channel? I'm Tantra coach, Tantra therapist, and we're talking about different topics that are revolving around typical human life issues, but focusing on maximizing the creator potential and living as free as possible in full alignment with your genetic gifts. And today we're talking about why relationships suck in their form, how they're present in society, and with expectations of society and expectations of people due to societal expectations and programming, why so many people end up being miserable in relationships, why such phenomena as post-divorce glow up is a thing. And then we also have, in my live streams, we usually have free conversation afterwards. Usually the topic that I bring up is in a lecture form in the beginning, ends up inspiring people to start discussing their own things. And I start answering questions. And right now we're working on the case of addiction. And how to work with addiction, how to remove this fusion of person with something they're addicted to something that they can choose. So that's in a nutshell. Phone died. Okay, Chad. We didn't discuss much on your issue. I was waiting for your feedback, so no worries. questions, comments, concerns. So what type of addictions are we talking about today? Today, we're talking about alcohol addiction, specifically long-term alcoholic addiction. So that was today's question. But addiction in general is addictive behavior can manifest in multitude of things interchangeably. Right, after what I said, and you were starting to respond. Okay. What did you say? And she does all that with zero. I do drink tea though. I do drink a little bit of sips of tea. So, what I wanted to say, I wanted to give some comments. Yeah, that's what it probably disappeared on that moment. You can introduce different foods eventually. Different sensory stimulation. Like, in Japan, they do the whole platter of little dishes. You can do stuff like that. And then you can increase time if you want. You start small. Fine, the first time you do it, just set the timer for like some arbitrary number that you think will be easy for you to do. To basically exercise awareness and the moment of choice. And then you can increase this time gradually. You can increase the choices, food, then other activities. For example, I will stretch first. Or, I don't know, I will drink a glass of water first. And go for a little walk around the place. Anything that you can fill in. But with different foods, you can also play with senses. For example, sensory stimulation. Full awareness, though. For 1 minute, full awareness. And then increase time. So, you are showing the purpose is to train your brain to make a choice. To show that you are choosing alcohol. You're choosing alcohol from other things. But you also can choose this, whatever. And that's to break this pattern. To come here. Because from here, when you see it from the distance, when you can choose it, you create a domain in which you can actually analyze it. You can create a domain, some space that exists between you and this phenomenon. Let's use totally neutral words for it, okay? From now on, we'll be using the word phenomenon, for example. Perhaps just neutralize it. You're going to have space between yourself and this phenomenon. You can start observing it. You can start playing with it. You're not here anymore. When you practice this, you're not here. There's space between you and the phenomenon. Что-то the video's been too long. Да, Mommy's been streaming for too long today. Да. That's not right. I know. That's not right. It should be 3 hours. It shouldn't be 4 hours. Да. Вот маленький. Что это трясётся? Now, questions from the madam. I have kept up with the conversation this far. I have clear understanding. Nice, Kiva. It's such a crazy, striking contrast from the beginning. It's insane. I wonder what you wrote, by the way, Q, if you wrote anything on this part. Or if you just listened. And also, I would be really curious to know what you wrote about the first part. Alright, guys, Chad. Are we all good? Because I'm going to sign off. So. Are you a teacher or professor? I am not a professor. I am I have bachelor's in physics, PhD in microsystems engineering, and Tantra coach certification. So, however you want to define me. Consultant, perhaps. Coach. Tantra therapist. Formally not a professor, so. Good night, Chad. Good luck and enjoy. I may have written some things, but let's focus on the topic at hand. Okay. So for Kiva, I'm doing a recap of the first portion. How social programming distorts the idea of relationships and turns people into dysfunctional, miserable creatures who are just running in circles, not being able to manage their emotions, and not being able to embrace their potential and their creativity. This is perhaps my subjective view. It's not some general truth, of course, but this is what I derived for achieving the optimal quality of life and merging with your creatorship potential. So this is not necessarily the part of Tantra, but this is the part of human renaissance. Human renaissance being my personal concept that I derived for people who are very potentiated with all of their talents, with multiple talents, with intelligence, and at the same time would want to achieve emotional agility, emotional richness, and feel alive. People perhaps with strong gifts, but with narcissistic trauma. So when it comes to relationships, there's always a temptation to just follow a social script. There's always a temptation to just give in to some weaknesses, to some problems with connection with your creative part. Instead of fulfilling those things immediately where they belong, a person may be tempted to settle for a relationship that creates an illusion of them fulfilling that need. And then if they form a relationship that's dysfunctional, when they're not willing to look at what this relationship is telling them, break the cycles, don't settle for cycles, that's when they end up feeling like by the age of 30, 35, 40, they haven't lived their life. They don't know who they are. They feel like they wasted the best years of their life. They fill themselves with remorse. Their partner, they blame their partner for stealing the best time of their life. They bring the sacrifice. Remember the analogy I gave, very scary analogy of that. There is this bloody bucket where people just rip off some very important part of them and sacrifice it for some unknown goal, for some unknown purpose in this bloody bucket. And they're waiting for dividends from relationships, but it just doesn't happen because the path is wrong. The path is they settled for some non-existent, close-ended goal. When the goal is to embrace creatorship and let it be as streamlined, let it be as free as possible. And so in this paradigm, the relationship should be chosen and managed in alignment with creatorship, with the vector towards creatorship, without the dust of social expectations, without this unnecessary institutionalization of romantic love, and at the same time without those sacrifices that lead to nowhere. I was ranting a lot about it, so I have no idea what necessarily we can conclude on that besides the method of exiting the cycles. When you do observe that you and your partner are running in cycles around some thorn, some unpleasant emotion, some unpleasant feeling, in the heat, it's very important to withdraw yourself a little bit into the observer, acknowledge that there's a pattern, that you've been in the cycle before, that it's not the new thing, that you for some reason are choosing the cycle to repeat. You're choosing this pattern to be replayed. Why are you choosing it? This is the question you need to ask yourself. What feeling you're feeling in that moment? What concepts surface? For example, I always end up in this. I always end up feeling guilty. I always end up being thrown in this position. I'm always a monster, or I'm always a victim. It always hurts me so much. What things you're pronouncing in the heat of emotions? Reflect on that. Why are you choosing that? And through that, conduct this internal dialogue with yourself. Analyze it, and then bring it to discussion with your partner to rewrite the law, such that you as a couple can work synergistically, move up. Move and maybe perhaps in spiral. Maybe you will go on to the next cycle, not next thorn that you need to remove, from your path, from your life, from your conductor on the way to your freedom. This is how people may seek freedom, empowerment through the relationship, through the conflict. And that's the beauty of it. But the prerequisite for that is to ditch the social concepts about relationships. That relationships in themselves are a complete thing in the form that they are presented as romantic quote unquote love, where romanticism dies or it turns into something vulgar that everybody just does because it's something that they saw in the movie without desiring that. With eventual remorse growing and so on. So that's the recap of the first part. Then we also branched out to talking about the black cat, golden retriever, energy maxing, and how it is just psychological defense, usually. Being stuck in general in one archetype, in one identity, as we always mention it. Being stuck, holding on to something one, is my unwillingness to embrace the flow of life. It's my fear of life, the power of spontaneity, and my own pulse of life. I'm hiding in the identity usually. So when we're black cat, golden retriever, that's usually indicative of that. But then when we analyze that the system of reward, achievement, effort, chasing someone, we came to a beautiful topic of narcissistic trauma. When you were not validated in childhood, you perhaps did not receive this unconditional acceptance such that you grew up chill. So you don't have this chill that people who receive this have. They just live. They just do what they want. They do what makes sense to them. They can be free in their doing. When you did not receive this glance, perhaps non-verbal confirmation that you are okay when you were 3, you create this split in which there is a part of personality that seeks validation, that cannot live without external supports, that always looks for proof that they're okay, but at the same time runs into the proof that they're totally not okay. They start chasing carrot on a stick that promises them this validation, this always fleeting validation. They enter relationships in which partner is unavailable, that partner feeds them with expectations, where partner feeds them with promise that, like, this, almost giving them the sense of validation, acceptance, and conditional love. And they never receive it because it cannot be fulfilled from outside. The confirmation that you're okay comes from the parent without realization. The child just feels it. So what you should do, what you can do, the only thing you can do is to do it yourself when you're an adult. And bring it into your internal plane, internal focus. Understand it. And embrace all of your features, not in the hierarchical form when there's something gross about you and there's something excellent or desirable about you, some facade that you want to play. But everything is just a tool that can be used in a neutral way. Just like anyone who grew up with that confirmation, with this neutrality, and exercised it, how they feel life. They just do what they want with the tools that they have, without any particular grandiose and unattainable ideas, and without the feeling that they're absolutely nuts and nonsense and not worthy. And then they're not going to fall for relationships that always tease them with the idea that they can be validated, but then throwing them right in the ground, in the mud of feeling their nonsensical, stupid, miserable nature. So that's what we discussed today. And then we moved on with addictions, but I think that's fresh enough, so we don't need to recap that. Or perhaps let's word it again. With addiction, the goal is to break the identity, the fusion with addiction, into making a choice. And to make a choice with the exercise, when we actually show our brain that we can make a choice, in the moment when we choose to have a drink, we introduce something before that, and we sit with it for just 1 minute, and we enjoy this experience before jumping into the habitual experience, thus training this paradigm that we can make a choice. Thank you, Paul. I guess we're new, so I'm really enjoying listening to you discuss things. I like your analytical mind. Thanks so much. You can also watch the replay. Again, it was a fiery thing, so you will see my other side. My side of hyper monster. So you will see it in the beginning. Right now, I'm very chill compared. And so let's see other things. Enjoy my other streams too. They're always shaped as lecture first and then Q&A. So you can see from the beginning, there will be uninterrupted flow. And then work with chat. So let's see. There's Russian girl that I want to develop relationship with. We got into an argument over Ukraine 2 years ago, but it was over some dumb argument like I made better as an American. I miss her. Her name is Irina. That's tough. And you can help me. I think you know things. I'll use your services someday. Okay, so helping with that. That's a loaded one with politics and stuff in place. Like, why do people in general build the? Why do you have, like, person A, person B? Why do we have something like this in between us that steals our intimacy? Why? Why? Why is there geopolitics in between you? That's something that you need to understand why there's space for geopolitics between you. So politics will never add anything to your life. Yeah, felt more connected with the community towards the end. Cool, Chad. It's amazing. Politics is stupid talk. Yes, exactly. Isn't that because they actually feel comfortable in that emotion and the choices that they make cause them to cycle in that motion repeatedly? Yeah, there's definitely familiarity, comfort of familiarity. So it wasn't a typical relationship in that we're getting together, but I didn't feel alone having her as an online friend. Loved your impression of the black cat personality earlier with the voice. Thank you. However, alchemized my opinion, foundation important. The chat, that was my ex looked like precisely. I should rewatch that. I wasn't looking at myself. New people like that. I'm really enjoying listening to you discuss things. I like your analytical mind. Thank you. I'm a chef, a high-end computer technician work, travel in a car, transporter. All of your discussions. I'm enjoying it at this time. Cool, Paul. I'm streaming, by the way, new people. I'm streaming Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, 5 p.m. New York time. Every time, new topic. And then also you can go on my website, Raw Form of Life, and sign up for a workshop, for private workshop. When I'm now gathering enough people to actually schedule a workshop, such that it's not like I had once when I was in grad school, I once came to the class and there was a dark room. I came in early. Dark room with a lit up projector about like near the ceiling saying you're the only person in the meeting. It was very gloomy, so I don't want something like that. So I'm just gathering people. Last stream too really. Yeah. Firing nice on the stream, yes. Okay guys, so I'm going to sign off right now. So thank you everyone. We're pushing records of time. So bye bye, I need to cook dinner. Thank you everyone.